All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up there. I hope everybody is doing well on this Saturday. I don't traditionally do streams like this on Saturdays, but I did miss a day earlier in the week, and so I figured, there's enough topics to talk about. We will do a bonus Saturday stream. Yeah, rare Saturday stream. We have quite a few super chats here, which New Soul 9, thank you so much for that, buddy. I'll definitely be reading those in a moment. I'm just going to give it a few minutes here to let more people kind of file in. A lot of people probably unaware that we are doing a stream right now. We will still be doing a normal Sunday stream tomorrow, so no worries about that. But we are going to be talking a little bit more about Death Stranding 2 because apparently mock reviews or internal reviews are looking way better for Death Stranding 2 than they were for Death Stranding 1. And I think this is actually a really good sign, especially for people who are maybe a little bit nervous about how Death Stranding 2 is going to turn out and whether or not they're going to be interested in playing it. We're going to be talking about Bluepoint Games. It seems that their next game has officially been greenlit, which is good news considering, what just happened and what could happen in terms of like studio closures. We're also going to be talking about Arrowhead and Helldivers 2. They did come out and talk about their next game and how they're going to be approaching it a little bit differently compared to how they approached it with Helldivers 2. And we're also going to be talking a little bit more about the Bungie situation because we have, a little update on that situation. It's seemingly only getting worse for Bungie, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is actually, after I finish my intro, I'm going to read these super chats backwards. But yeah, guys, do me a favor. If you enjoy these streams, if you enjoy the content, take a moment and please hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hitting that like button helps not only with the stream, but it lets me know you guys enjoy it. It helps with the algorithm. Consider supporting a channel like New Soul 9 and Lux have done here with some super chats, some very generous super chats. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Those of you who, become channel members, gift memberships, drop super chats, drop direct donations. These are the things that basically sponsor and fund the channel and make it so I can continue to produce the content. So just a big thank you to anybody who does that. And so let me start here with Lux saying the Bungie live stream last night was funny AF. The art director was dying inside the whole time. Chat spamming thieves. Sony really effed up this one. So actually, I didn't even know that Bungie was doing a stream yesterday. I was totally unaware of it. If I'd known, I probably would have stayed live to check that out. But I did come across a lot of posts on Twitter, basically highlighting exactly what you're talking about here, Lux. And we're going to talk about that. That's actually the first thing we're going to discuss since it's the big story right now, the big scoop. Apparently, Marathon might get delayed. And if I had to put money on it, I'm going to say it is going to get delayed. But yeah, I did see some of the clips of that Bungie stream, and man, that was painful to watch. You could see the developers, the art director. You could see that they were definitely struggling during that stream, and it's unfortunate, man, that this situation has to be going down at all because it's like Marathon already had multiple things working against it, and it feels like sorry, I don't know what's going on with my voice there. It feels like what's happening now with the the art theft situation. It feels like this may end up being the straw that breaks the camel's back, which is Marathon is maybe going to need to go back to the drawing board. And Sony, yeah, you're saying they really effed up. I mean, at the end of the day, man, they do own Bungie. And so even though Bungie is still operating independently, legally, I don't think Sony can actually really interfere as much as they would probably like to. It's my understanding of it anyway. At the end of the day, yeah, Sony is the one who owns Bungie, and this is going to, you know, ultimately be a reflection of them, which is something that I'm sure Sony is very, very unhappy about right now. I can only imagine what the phone calls and the meetings are like between Sony and Bungie. But, oof, yeah, that's not good, man. Not good. But Lux, thank you for the super chat. I have multiple super chats from New Soul 9. Again, New Soul, thank you so much for dropping what basically $100 in super chats. I really, really appreciate that, buddy. You dropped a bunch of super chats last week, and you're back here at it again. So really appreciate that support. You're saying here, hey, MBG, I wanted to comment on the whole live service disaster Sony trying to attempt. I believe PlayStation can do a live service that still revolves around single-player narrative-driven. One way is by making a studio like Telltale Games that was shut down years ago. You can make the argument that Telltale was a form of live service in the sense of you, the consumer, having to pay money to play a new episode. One studio that can become that is the Until Dawn team, or the team that developed Detroit Become Human, where you have to pay money for a new outcome of the story that is added every month or so. This is just me brainstorming an idea, LOL. And then you close it out by saying, anyone had cinnamon churro? Cinnamon churros are the best, actually. Yeah, they're amazing. I haven't had one in a long time, but now I want one. Thanks a lot, New Soul 9. I'm going to have to take some of your super chat money and go buy some cinnamon churros. They are really good. But in regards to what you're saying here, that's an interesting idea, actually. And I remember when Telltale was at like the peak of their success, there was a lot of talk that like the way they're developing and distributing their games, on a chapter by chapter basis, where you kind of wait. It's almost like a TV series where you're waiting for the next, the next season. I remember when they were at the peak of their success, a lot of people thought that this was ultimately going to be the future of game development and game distribution. And as we can clearly see, that is not at all what happened. Telltale is still around, and I believe they're still making The Wolf Among Us 2, which is good because I liked a lot of what Telltale did. But hello, Luna. Jeez. Luna just like darted in here. But what you're saying is that like this is maybe a way that Sony could develop a type of live service model that revolves around single player. And honestly, they never really did try something like this. And I don't know how people would respond if they did try something like this. If I had to guess, I think people would end up feeling either confused or just maybe apprehensive about the idea of Sony maybe trying to have one of their teams, like you're saying, the Until Dawn team. In this case, I guess that would be maybe Fire Sprite. I'm pretty sure they're working on Until Dawn 2. I think people would be mostly against that, and it would get some level of backlash. But it would, in a way, kind of fill in the gap of what you're saying here, where, yeah, they can kind of, feed players content and give them a reason to keep coming back every couple of months or so, right? By offering a new chapter. I mean, it's something that I don't think Sony is going to try right now. I don't see that on the horizon. But long term, if they get desperate enough to continue to find a reason to keep bringing people back every quarter, about every 3 months or so, I could see them maybe dabbling in that just a little bit. I could actually see that. So, New Soul 9, really appreciate those super chats, man. And yeah, when it comes to the live service discussion, this is one that will persist for months to come, potentially years to come. I don't think live service is going away. Yeah, that's true, Mr. B. You're saying that's kind of how Destiny 2 works. That is true. I think that Bungie has had some issues they've had to work out and sort out along the way. But yeah, seeing the latest Destiny 2 content drop announcement and seeing how well it's pre-ordering and how many people are apparently buying the $100 version, there is substance to it. Like there is an audience there that will support that type of model. So it's just, I guess the question is, would people support that if it was just purely single player? Because yeah, when you talk about Telltale Games, they're seemingly the only ones that I can think of that really ever attempted to do this type of single player model. Um, and it seemingly caught up with them and didn't really work out. So maybe there's a reason why we're not seeing that. Maybe because it's just not sustainable and it's too risky, right? And they end up losing people because they get tired of waiting. Oh geez, I don't know. I don't know about that, Laz. Okay, you're saying yesterday's Bungie stream was the most embarrassing developer presentation of all time. It based off of the reactions that I'm seeing from people, it does seem like it was really, really bad. Yeah, like I can't agree or disagree with what you're saying there because I didn't watch the whole thing myself, but again, the clips that I've seen, it's like, oh my God. This is like, you know what it felt like, and maybe this is kind of to your point. Okay, it felt like watching in real time, like that meme of the dog sitting in the chair as the like house is burning down around him, saying this is fine. It felt like watching that, and we're gonna talk about that. All right, so just to catch everybody up, make sure everybody's up to speed. Basically, Bungie was caught once again. Really quick, is that a boss mug? Yes, this is a boss mug. It is. It sure is. So I did have it in the store on like my merch store for a little while. Maybe I'll bring it back in the future. But Hanzo, it is indeed a boss mug. People in the chat were saying art raiders. Oh, oof, that's bad. That's real bad, dude. Yikes. Arc raiders, no. Or art raiders, sorry. That's so bad. So yeah, to catch everybody up, Bungie was caught once again because it's not the first time. They've actually been caught multiple times, plagiarizing art, stealing art, and what makes it particularly egregious this time is it basically seems like the entire art style of Marathon was lifted from this specific artist. And so this is why people are calling for a complete reworking of this game and taking it back to the drawing board because they lost a lot of people that no matter what they do, Bungie's trying to say it was just a couple of assets, but people have been doing some digging and they basically are seeing that like, no, it seems like the entire art style was taken from this person. William, you're saying MBG scale of 1 to 10. How livid do you think Totoki was when he found out about the Bungie plagiarism yesterday? He strikes me as a no-nonsense person. I get that sense as well. I'm sure he was like on a scale from 1 to 10, probably an 8. Because it's one of these things where it's like, okay, not only do we have to deal with massive backlash, not only do we have to deal with potential delays, not only do we have to deal with losing more money and dealing with the overall morale and all those things. Now this we have to worry about being in legal trouble. So probably an 8, maybe higher. It seems like Hiroki Totoki doesn't like Bungie, and I say this because when he was the interim CEO and he did his rounds, he basically went to every first-party PlayStation studio, did an evaluation, was checking their numbers. The only studio that he actually single-handedly like called out was was Bungie, saying that they don't know, they need to get their stuff together. It's a problem. And so when you think about that and then you look at what's happening now, I'm sure his blood is boiling. And yeah, he's basically dealing with a $3.6 billion headache right now. My question is, would he be willing to take drastic action? Something extreme? Would he be willing to do that? Okay, Luna, what are you doing? Do you see Luna? What is she? Okay, this is unprecedented. I don't think boss is aware. Are you stuck? Boss just became aware. He's like, yo, wait, what's going on over here? She's becoming one with the symbols. Boss keeps getting nervous. He's like, should I be worried? Okay, well, I guess Luna's just gonna chill there for now. Oh, she wants treats? Is that what you want, Luna? You want some treats? Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I just these cats. I gotta be aware. You know, never know what chaos they might cause. You guarantee the wrath of God itself came down on Bungie yesterday. Yeah, maybe I'm putting it too lightly. Maybe maybe Mr. Totoki went ballistic on just absolutely berserk on Bungie. Lux, you're saying, like I said yesterday, Sony has done this in the past. 2019 with an ad, stole animations, and nobody even remembered, including you. It'll be forgotten about. Well, that's true, but what I think might be different about this situation, Lux, is that it's it seems like Bungie has been caught multiple times in a relatively short time frame. And this one seems to be significantly worse than the previous. And I think if you put those things together, it creates maybe the perfect storm for like this could have been if this was the first time and it really was just like truly like one or two things from this artist, maybe people would be more willing to just kind of like, okay, well, do what you got to do to correct it and do right by the artist and we'll move on and ensure it never happens again. But this seems like a really egregious I think what it might reveal is that Bungie has some deep systemic problem within their studio that like how does something like this happen multiple times and then with the latest time it's happening it's somehow worse than the previous times. I think that reveals just a really deep systemic issue within the studio itself. And this is why people are so frustrated where they're like, you can't just scapegoat a single artist. Like, you can't just call out one person and make it seem like they're the reason why. When in reality, it's like this has been ongoing and this is even worse. And it seems clear that the studio and the leadership and something is very wrong and it's not being fixed. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, man. Because I was over here thinking, you know, maybe Marathon still has a fighting chance, but after seeing this, nobody called it out until now. That's true, but I don't know if it's because people didn't know. You know, this artist, um, as far as I'm aware, this artist doesn't seem to be very popular. Like, it's not like a famous artist or anything like that. And so this is why people, once they caught wind of it, they started doing some digging and they realized that most of Bungie's art team were actually following this artist on social media. So it's like, ooh, I mean, that's very damning. Luna, I'm going to need you. Okay, boss is going to end up freaking out. Yo, yo, yo. This is like watching Sony reprimand Bungie, bro. He's growling. Oh my God. Clip. I'm going to have to clip that. That's a clip right there. Now that's a clip. Bro. I wish I had Mortal Kombat music playing in the background right now. Okay, we're just gonna. Dude, Luna's like, you know what though? I'm gonna head out. Yeah, Doom music. Rip and Tear starts playing, bro. Oh my god. That is funny. It's okay. She's gone now. Wow. You guys know, I've been streaming a long time with my cats, and don't think I've ever seen something like that occur on stream. We had I think there was a couple times where like Boss and Leia battled a little bit, but not like that. Like that back and forth, like trying to scratch each other. This is how you know Boss and Luna are not they're not happy with each other, because Leia and Boss don't do that. But yeah, guys, so we're doing great with super chats. Thank you guys so much. Let's see if we can get any membership gifts or members. We can maybe inflate that a little bit, get to that 25 mark. We'll see if we can give them some treats and calm them down. My God. Planet Schlorpian with a $5 chat says, I'm wondering if Crimson Desert will have some time to shine later this year now that GTA 6 is delayed. Crimson Desert reminds me of a Rockstar game, AAMOF. I've been seeing some people talk about Crimson Desert, and I don't know. I mean, it seems like this is a game that's been in development for quite some time, kind of like GTA 6. And there's been a fair amount of hype for it. I remember when we were watching either it was a PlayStation State of Play or Showcase, they showed a long trailer for Crimson Desert, and it looked insane. And Mini Tom Official comes in and says, let's kick it off, man. We got to get to that 25 mark. We got to try to feed the beasts, apparently. And he drops 5 membership gifts for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, Mini Tom. Good stuff. I will add that to the counter. I very much appreciate that. So, yeah, unfortunately, I was not able to successfully get a members lounge going this week because it's been a very crazy, hectic week, and it's might get a little bit crazier going forward. But I'm going to make sure that no matter what, we're going to get a members lounge in very soon in the coming days. So if you are a channel member, remain patient. We're gonna make that happen. I appreciate you guys bearing with me. It's been a crazy year so far. It really has. And Hellbound 1981, another legend, comes in and drops a second 5 more memberships, dulled out. Hellbound, how could you slap those memberships, bro?
How can you slap? How can you slap?
How could you slap those on my audience like that? Keep slapping them. Keep slap. That's a crazy sentence. Keep slapping them, Hellbound. And then we got Paul Ganell coming in, dropping another 5 bomb. They got a full-blown train going, bro. Just like that, Paul Ganell drops 5 more membership gifts, bringing us up to 15 on the day. And now we're 10 away. We're 10 away from being able to feed these maniacs. You saw Luna and Boss battle? And Steven Leon, bro, Steven Leon, I saw you in the chat, and I'm like, he's going to do it. He's going to be the one to dunk it. Steven Leon drops 10 more membership gifts on you guys.
Holy shit.
We need some W's in the chat. Really, really appreciate that. You absolutely crushed it. Luna, Boss, there's going to be peace, okay? Peace. Here we go.
Hey guys, it's Boss here again, Meow. I can't wait for the next stream, Meow, so we can hang out and eat snacks together. It's gonna be a good time. Meow.
She's a little bit below, but she's eating her treats down there. Thank you guys so much for that. Really, really appreciate the support. You just absolutely obliterated the goal of 25 members. Like it was nothing. You just blew right through it. So good stuff. And if you're somebody who just got gifted a membership, make sure you go check out some of the members content. We did a few members lounges this month so far. We have more coming up. let me update the goal, and we will continue to talk about some of these topics here. And if you guys want to strive for a second goal before today's stream is done, by all means, do so. If we do, we'll get some reps in at the end of the stream as well. All right, I wanted to make sure that I didn't. Okay, yeah. So Planet Schlorpian, just to get back to your super chat, man. Crimson Desert getting some time to shine now that GTA 6 is delayed. It's possible. I would say it's possible. I do think that there are quite a few people who are excited and very much ready for Crimson Desert. I did hear, like I said, that apparently the combat in that game is like extremely complex and it's got like a lot going on. So people might have to really take some time to like figure out all the different mechanics in that game, which I think is good. I think people want deeper games, especially for how big it looks. William, you're saying Dark Outlaws game is on Unreal Engine 5. Okay. We'll see how that turns out. I mean, I will say out of all the live service studios that Sony has, Dark Outlaw is probably the one I'm most intrigued by right now because of the talent that's associated with it, that being Jason Blundell and a lot of previous Treyarch developers who worked on the Call of Duty Black Ops series. I love the Black Ops games. I'm not expecting them to make a Call of Duty type game, but just knowing that they're the talent behind that experience gives me more confidence in that whatever they end up showing, there's a decent chance I'm going to end up actually liking it. Dwayne, you're saying you went to the premiere on Thursday that they had over here in London? Your first screening in super screen format on Tuesday for Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Nice, dude. Oh, wow. Okay, so Dark Outlaw and People Can Fly are both doing Unreal Engine 5. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what People Can Fly, what they're working on, man. Because they were given an IP that Sony owns. I'm thinking it might be Resistance 4. I really do. Because their project name is codename Project Delta, and Delta stands for 4. And you look at the type of games that they've made in the past, I think they've made third-person and first-person shooters. Luna comes in here for the treats, and as soon as she gets them, she's like, let me out, I don't want to be in here with boss. Yeah, Metal Gear Delta, and that's not 4. I forget. They explained why they decided to go with Delta for Metal Gear. I don't remember why, though. Here comes another abandoned conspiracy. Yeah, Abandoned 2.0. Oh my god. I don't think there'll ever be something that goes that deep again. I say that now. But I'm going to go over this report with you guys. Let's see. It has to do with potential delay for Marathon. This is being reported by Forbes. They say here chaos has engulfed Bungie after an artist, Anti-Real, came forward to accuse Bungie of ripping off her 2017 work as its upcoming extraction shooter Marathon was starting to take shape as early as 2018. Bungie admitted to the plagiarism, supposedly the work of one ex-artist, and promised to make things right, but the story gained traction among gaming outlets and reaction streamers alike, and it's positioned the previous positive conversation about it's poisoned the previous positive conversation about the aesthetic of the game. But all of this is happening after another not great time period for Marathon in the last few weeks, starting with the gameplay reveal and then its closed alpha, both of which received mostly mixed to negative feedback. A live stream on Friday addressed both the art plagiarism and alpha feedback in what ended up being the most uncomfortable on-camera offerings I've ever seen from a studio. I've spoken to some current and former employees about Bungie's excuse for the art theft, studio morale, the possibility of delay, and some very real changes when it comes to the upcoming presentation and playtesting of the game. Here's what I've learned. So there's multiple bullet points here. The public explanation for the art theft, the one ex-employee taking things in 2020, is the same one being given internally at Bungie among the rank and file. Sony and Bungie legal are now sorting through this, and there's unlikely to be any new information as all of this continues to unfold. There's a typo here. It says there's unlikely to be any much new information. It says it is not clear how long an audit will take of the assets to remove or find any more plagiarism, as it's an expansive enough process to have Bungie not even show any footage at all in its recent live stream. Yeah, by the way, I didn't mention this, but one of the most concerning things with all of this is that this presentation yesterday was supposed to show new footage of the game, and they had to, at the last minute, pull that and decide not to show literally anything. That's how serious this situation is with the plagiarism. Namco 888 with a thumbs up super sticker. Thank you for that, Namco. Continuing with the report, it says morale is currently in free fall across all departments, and the vibes have never been worse. Everyone has the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a studio if Marathon bombs, which is something they absolutely cannot afford. There are not even hints or jokes about a delay from the September release date internally. With that said, it is entirely possible, if not likely, those conversations are happening privately between higher-up Sony and Bungie leadership. It's unclear what the plan is to launch the game in a now actively hostile environment. And to be clear, that's in quotes. Now actively hostile environment is in quotes. So that's coming, I assume, from a developer who spoke to Forbes just a few months from now, or how that will turn around. Some changes to future plans had been made even before this new plagiarism development, mainly as a reaction to gameplay footage and now the closed alpha. At the start of this month, Bungie pulled the plug on its main Marathon marketing plan, which was going to have a new trailer in June, along with the launch of pre-orders. The whole campaign needs to be reworked now. A heavily marketed public beta in August may change into a roadmap of public playtests with no actual details yet. This would align with Bungie's stated multiple opportunities to play before launch, rather than just the upcoming beta. Marathon was originally pitched by higher-up good old boy Bungie leadership, and as far back as 5 years ago, developers were telling them what would and wouldn't work and were often ignored. Many have said previously that it needed to have some sort of PvE component. All of this, between necessary asset auditing, a reworked marketing campaign, and shifting playtest plans, screams of a game that is not coming in 4 months, or at the very least, shouldn't be, though there are no indicators of that yet. However, at this point, may be the case that another 3, 6, 12 months would not fix the ails of the game, which is more than just a presentation and some playtesting. But for many, it's questionable core concept wrapped in extremely cool aesthetics. So I'm having trouble reading this article for some reason, but now they've lost that last bit as a praise point as well. So yeah, that's coming from Paul Tassi of Forbes, and here's what I'll say. What I think needs to happen, and it really is dependent upon how willing or unwilling Sony is, maybe even the higher-ups at Bungie, right? I make it sound like it's going to be up to Sony, but the reality is, who knows what the higher-ups at Bungie want to do. I think both the higher-ups at Bungie and Sony need to realize that they are on a crash course for Concord 2 here if they don't do something very drastic. And what I think would need to happen is a willingness to just delay the game indefinitely, let Bungie go into the shadows, let them completely overhaul the game. Now, I don't know that they could completely reboot development. I mean, at that point, you're talking about another 4, 5, 6 years. I mean, I don't know that Sony or Bungie would be willing to do that, considering how much is riding on this. But I'm talking a complete overhaul of the art style, add PvE, and figure out how you're going to make the extraction shooter aspect more appealing. And we have PSP Reviewer 100 coming in again, dropping another single membership gift for you guys. PSP Reviewer, thank you for that, buddy. Appreciate you dropping some membership gifts lately.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we do have a super chat from William Aguilar, who I'm going to... whose chat I'm going to read in just a second here. William, you're saying Totoki is either the kind of guy that goes absolutely ballistic in rage or dead silent with a glare, and if he goes silent, you know you're dead. I'll be honest, just based off of what little I know of Hiroki Totoki and just his demeanor, I imagine it's the second one where he's just dead silent. You know, he walks into the room and he's just glaring at you, and it's like, oh man, the hammer's coming down. The hammer's absolutely coming down, and we are going to be crushed by it. I'm telling you, man, he seems really intimidating. He does. He seems very intimidating. I mean, not only is his name doesn't do him justice, you know? Like, you hear the name Hiroki Totoki, I don't imagine, like, quite possibly one of the most intimidating older Japanese men I've ever seen. Oh, man. William really wants to... William, I get the sense you absolutely would love to be a fly on the wall at Sony HQ right now in the board meeting with Bungie C-suite. I mean, who wouldn't want to be in that room, you know, to just kind of be listening in what's going on? But I really think that, well, Dark Horse, no, I don't view this as PlayStation's first party falling apart. It's a better way to view it is Sony's investments that they've made in a portion of their first party is seemingly falling apart. You know, the investment that they made in Bungie, I mean, what we are looking at right now is frankly bewildering. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and talk about how much I blame Sony for buying Bungie because I've talked about that enough. But even if you are in Sony's position, you think, all right, listen, we can still maybe do something with Marathon, with Bungie. And then you're trying with Marathon, and then something like this happens, and it's like, I mean, are they cursed or what? Oliver, you're saying, MBG, I listened today to yesterday's stream, and what you said about turning Haven into a live service game for The Last of Us Online is damn brilliant, bro. Right? Right? I'm glad you get it, Oliver. Somebody at Sony's got to get that memo. Like, I'm just saying, between the two options, which one sounds less volatile? Which one has a better chance of making you some money? And we have Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I just Googled him to see his picture. He's not intimidating. If he was white, his name would be Bob. You think so? That's my neighbor's name. And it's true. He doesn't look very intimidating. But he could be. He's like maybe like the deceptive type, right? Like, they seem like they're not intimidating. They don't look intimidating, but they're like some of the most intense people ever. And you're like, whoa. Okay. Hold on, though. I misjudged. I don't know, man. I mean, when I say intimidating, I'm talking from like a business level. Like if you are working at Bungie or something, or if you're working at a PlayStation studio and you find out Hiroki Totoki's paying you guys a visit, like I would be nervous. I would be very nervous. You know, like, oh man, please don't ask me any questions. Or maybe he's like the nicest guy though. It could be that too. He could just be the nicest guy ever. He's like super passive aggressive. Your idea of making Haven The Last of Us multiplayer is dummy stuff, obviously, because the best possible outcome is they can remake Concord, but the new character is... I'm not reading that last part, William. William's just looking for trouble, bro. William just going, You're just immediately going off the rails, bro. You got blocked on an Xbox channel for asking on... You said a branding question. Well, yeah, it's not that PlayStation Studios is falling apart. They're certainly not. PlayStation Studios has been through some turmoil, obviously, and they're still recovering from it. But I would say the most important parts are still completely intact, and things are proceeding as they should. But it's the overall investments that Sony made this generation into expanding their studios that I think they're paying dearly for right now. And it's just become painfully obvious that a lot of these investments were bad, just flat out bad, unwise, or just misguided. And, nobody can predict the future, but these types of investments have to be made with some level of foresight, having some level of understanding of like, if this does fail, how badly would it fail? And in the case of what we're seeing, it's like, it's in some instances, it's looking like it's failing as badly as it can. But the truth is, man, I got it out of my system yesterday. I'm doing my own ranting. I'm going ballistic on PlayStation and their live service approach. At the end of the day, though, I still maintain I don't want to see games fail, because if games fail, most of the time it's because they're not good. And if I'm advocating for a game's failure, it means I'm advocating for getting not good games that I don't want to play. I'm never going to advocate for that. I'm never going to push for that. I do see people saying that they want to see these live service games fail, and they want to see Bungie fail, and they want to see Marathon fail so we can move on. And I get that, because, yeah, that is the outcome. If all of these projects do fail, if Bungie fails to do anything with Destiny 2 after this next expansion, or Destiny 3 just never comes to be, Marathon fails, I mean, Sony may end up getting backed into a corner where they're just going to have to, they're going to have to just double and triple down on single-player games. I've seen a lot of people advocating for what I mentioned yesterday, where it's like, can we just add on multiplayer to single-player games like we used to? Get a complete package. I don't think we're going back to that, though, man. How much to play a couple of hours of Legend of Dragoon on stream? You don't need to finish it just a couple of hours. Oh, yeah. I don't know, William. I guess I don't know. Because I don't know what your limit is. Because I want to be like, 200 memberships, bro. But that's kind of that's a massive amount. That's too much. So maybe at the end of the month. We did talk about this at the end of last month. Maybe at the end of this month, I could think of a number, something somewhat reasonable. Because I appreciate that you're like, you don't have to finish it, man. You just got to play it for a couple of hours. I really appreciate that, because you understand that, like, I'm not going to be able to. There's no chance I'm going to be able to sit there and play the entirety of that game with everything else that's probably coming out. Speaking of which, 69 memberships. There you go. Elden Ring Night Rain is coming up very soon, and even that is like, man, I would like to play it, but I'm thinking about getting back into Helldivers. I'm not going to lie. The new updates are kind of enticing me. Still playing Days Gone. We got Death Stranding coming up. We got that game Mind's Eye apparently coming out June 10th, and we still haven't seen proper gameplay of it, which is making me a little bit nervous. So there's a lot, man. There's a lot. So, William, hang tight. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I was hearing, because I enjoyed Expedition 33 so much. You're thinking I'm going to really appreciate its combat. Whiskey, you're saying the update sucks. What, for Helldivers 2? Does it? I guess I'll have to see for myself. Well, you know what, actually? Speaking of Helldivers. Hold on. Apparently, a much bigger update, or some kind of second big update, is being teased for May 20th. It looks like developer Arrowhead Game Studios isn't content with just having released its latest major update for Helldivers 2. The studio is seemingly planning a bigger event where the fate of Super Earth might hang in the balance. A now-deleted post made by the official PlayStation social media account for the Czech Republic, has indicated that May 20th will see the release of an event dubbed Heart of Democracy. Super Earth is in danger, posted the PlayStation account as spotted by ex-user Ironsights. All Helldivers must report to their Hell pods immediately. The battle for humanity itself begins. The big update, Heart of Democracy, is coming out May 20th. This post was accompanied by a warning image boasting saying galactic emergency, along with the text calling all Helldivers. While the post has been deleted and was likely posted early by accident, the supposed Heart of Democracy update will be a big follow-up to the major update Helldivers 2 got earlier this week. This update brought with it a host of new content that revolves around the Illuminate invading Super Earth. Among other things, the update brought with it new enemies like the Stingray and Crescent Overseer, as well as new gameplay features. Core among these new features is the ability for players to now level up most of their primary weapons. By simply playing Helldivers 2 and completing objectives, players will be able to unlock customization options for their primary weapons, including underbarrel attachments, magazine types, and muzzle attachments. Rather than simply being cosmetic additions, these attachments actually add functionality to the player's weapon of choice. And then on top of that, later in the week, Arrowhead Games is releasing the Masters of Ceremony Warbond. I think that actually just came out. And so, you know, it almost reads to me like this second part of this Helldivers update might actually be the bigger section. Maybe I'm wrong, because it sounds like you're actually going to be fighting on Super Earth, which is pretty sick. Helldivers ran its course for you. I totally get that. Yeah, I was checking my playtime on it, and I have, I think about like 108 hours or something, 108, 110 hours. And it's been a little bit since I played, but I did play it with, Mrs. MBG as well. And so, I don't know, we've been playing, like, our go-to co-op multiplayer game has been Call of Duty Zombies. And I still, it's mindless fun. I just like to do some zombies matches, grind a little bit on that. But, I've been getting a little bit bored of it and thinking, maybe I'll go check out Helldivers 2 again. You want them to move away from the Illuminate? Such an unfun, annoying enemy class. I mean, I did play, I think, like a couple of matches when the Illuminate first came out, and I was doing terrible, but I just assumed it was because I didn't play it for a long time, But I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see. Mr. B, you're saying there are leaks of Super Earth maps, and they look like Cyberpunk City maps. Oh, that's actually very interesting. Did I see Kojima's game idea? I think I did. The one where, like, the longer you go without playing the game, the main character, like, forgets how to do certain things or whatever. Like, you can't do certain mechanics because the character forgot. That's dangerous territory, man. Don't let live service game publishers get their hands on that idea, because they'll do just that. Well, if you want to stop playing, do so at your own risk. If you come back, you might lose some mechanics. Geez. Talk about using something against the player to make sure they never leave. But, talking about Helldivers, we do have more to cover about Arrowhead and what they're going to do next. But I do want to say, listen, I was really thinking about how ballistic I went on Sony yesterday and the level of ranting that I was doing. And I think a lot of it was justified. But the one thing I want to add something onto this, because it's important. It's one of the, I don't want to become, and I do fear this because I see it happen so frequently and I see it all around me. I don't want to become that type of person that only pays attention to the bad, or pays too much attention to the bad and just kind of shoos away the good, right? Or undermines the good. The reality is, Helldivers 2 is one of the most successful games out there right now. It's one of the most successful live service games. And yeah, as Mr. B is pointing out, there was 150,000 people playing it last night on Steam alone. Who knows how many people playing on PlayStation right now. The reality of this is that Sony, they are, in a big way responsible for the success of Helldivers 2, where they explicitly they told Arrowhead that they wanted them to spend more time on it, and they wanted to basically double the budget. They encouraged them to make it a bigger game. And, Arrowhead obviously agreed to that, and Sony facilitated that. If you look at what Helldivers 1 was, which released in 2015, and you compare that to Helldivers 2, I mean, they're very, very different games. And you can see the type of influence that Sony had on Arrowhead. And Arrowhead has went on record, which we're going to talk about momentarily, talking about how good of a partner PlayStation was for them, and how they're very game developer oriented. So I want to state this because I just want to make it known that it's not all bad. It's not literally all bad. I'm not convinced that Sony's going to reach this level of success again with the live service, not anytime remotely soon anyway. The success that they found with Helldivers, I do believe, is lightning in a bottle. I'm not sure, and I'm not confident at all, actually, that Sony's just going to be able to come out, no matter how good of a game that they develop with a partner studio or one of the studios they own. The chances of them achieving this level of success, I think, is very low. Very low. So, but regardless of how low that chance is, I do think it's still important to give the credit that Sony does deserve, where they facilitated the development of Helldivers 2, and Arrowhead went on record saying that if it wasn't for Sony, Helldivers 2 wouldn't exist. And that doesn't, to me, that counts for something. That does. And so, it's like I said, I'm not, it really sucks to see what's happening with Marathon and Bungie, because the truth is, out of all the studios and all the games that Sony is, working with to produce live service games, I thought Marathon had the most potential. Now I feel kind of the opposite. I feel like this game is unfortunately also doomed. It went from this game has the most potential to they reveal the game, and then I see how people are reacting to the alpha. It went from that to, okay, well, maybe now it's like a 50-50 chance. And after the latest incident with the plagiarism and this new report where the morale's, devastatingly low, and they're thinking about delaying it, and there's legal action being taken. Now I just feel like, unfortunately, it seems like this game might be doomed. And that sucks, because it's like, geez, man, who would have thought that it would go this badly? Who would have thought? Dark Horse, you're saying, as Destiny fan, they literally should just focus on Destiny and try to salvage a Destiny 3 situation. I've seen a lot of people suggesting that they should just end up canceling Marathon and then announcing they're going to start making Destiny 3 and focus all their efforts on that. I mean, isn't it kind of crazy that they're not doing that right now? That they're not already doing that? To me, that's kind of wild. I'll be honest. You look at the overall success that Destiny has found, and I just don't understand why it's like, how do you not have anything in place for a potential Destiny 3? Because the last we heard is there is no plan for Destiny 3. Like, there's nothing in the works at all. Not even like a pre-production or not even a concept. I find that difficult to believe. How could that be? When you consider the overall success of the Destiny franchise. So maybe this will force them to kind of reevaluate everything. I mean, if anything, maybe just continue to build out Destiny 2. I don't know. I'm not sure. Sony and Bungie, I'm sure they're going to be having a lot of conversations in the coming days and weeks, and I suspect we will be here a couple of, maybe not days from now, but within the coming weeks, we will be doing live streams covering new announcements for this team and this game, and they're probably not going to be good. That's my assumption. Not trying to be so doom and gloom about it, but we got to admit that Sony has a huge leadership problem. Well, here's the thing that I was also thinking about, right? I do think that there are still problems within Sony and within PlayStation. But the more I was contemplating it, I'm like, you know what? I think what we might be looking at still is the fallout of the Jim Ryan era. And I'm not trying to place all the blame on Jim Ryan. It's not about that, but it's just trying to keep in mind that Jim Ryan had like 5 years to run PlayStation. And within that 5 years, he made 5 years worth of decisions, right? The idea that most of those decisions can just be immediately, or not immediately, but very quickly undone within a year or so, or a year and a half, is probably unrealistic. And truthfully, I think what we're watching is the new leadership, right? Because that's the thing. When we say like we have to say that Sony has a leadership problem, I think they did have a leadership problem. They changed leadership roles. Hiroki Totoki is the CEO. Hideaki Nishino is the head of Sony Interactive Entertainment. And there were a couple of other changes as well. Angie Smets is now, the head of Sony's like PlayStation Studios production and all that. It seems to me that they're still dealing with a lot of the fallout where there are potential liabilities, right, that are not going anywhere because you're talking about acquisitions that were made, teams that were formed, and I feel like the news we're hearing about Haven with Jade Raymond leaving and playtesting seemingly not going well, the news we're hearing today about Marathon, these are the liabilities that, the new leadership, they got to figure out like, well, what do we do here? Like, do we even try to salvage this? Can we do anything with it? Or do we just have to end up axing it all? Something else I want to say before we move on here, because I do want to talk more positively. We do have a very positive topic we're going to be talking about, which is Death Stranding 2 and how it's apparently reviewing very well internally, which is very exciting to me. Just because it indicates that this game is going to be much better than the first one. And I already love the first one. But before I move on from that, I want to say that there's something that's, I think, very important we have to try to keep in mind. And I know it's hard, but it's that the reality, very likely, the way it's going to turn out, the reality is a lot of the major changes. And when I say major, I don't know what exactly they could be. But if you're talking about like Sony making an announcement that they're doing this, or they're headed in this direction, or they're turning something around, or whatever it may be, right? Those announcements and those decisions probably are going to happen closer to the lead up to the PlayStation 6. That's my guess. I think Sony right now is trying to stabilize everything and make it so that the final years of the PS5 can go as smoothly as they possibly can, considering some of the mistakes that were made. And they do have things in the pipeline that can facilitate that. Yeah, I mean, something like Intergalactic, if that turns out to be as good as people hope it will be, that could be a major, that could be like a swan song type game for the PS5 potentially. I think a lot of these potential announcements that are going to be more along the lines of philosophical changes, core changes, things that are ultimately going to seem like, wow, this is very different. Like whether that be we are or we are not getting more aggressive with PC. We are or we are not going to be releasing more games across different platforms. We are or we are not going to, have a more traditional approach to the next generation. These are things that, we are or we are not going to double down on single player now and kind of wind down our live service efforts. These are things that, as of right now, it's unclear which direction they want to go in, because the new leadership that has taken over, even though We did just get their earnings from Sony. We did just get, a Q&A session talking to investors. It seems like they're mostly kind of sticking to, we're not changing anything drastically right now. The biggest thing that Sony's actually probably worried about and keeping an eye on are the tariffs and whether or not they're going to have to increase the price of the PS5 in the US. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Mr. B. You're saying the PS6 needs a clear direction. Exactly. I think that some very clear, concise, and on-point messaging is going to need to occur with the lead up to the PlayStation 6, and certainly at the launch and within the launch window of the PlayStation 6, they're going to have to nail it. But, it's still a bit too early for that, right? Like, we still have some of potentially the best years ahead of us with the PS5 before we really need to worry about the PS6. So I just want to add this in here to this conversation where it's like there are problems that Sony's still solving right now, headaches that they were left to deal with from the Jim Ryan era. And they still also have to make sure their main focus is closing out the PS5 generation as strong as they can. But on the flip side of that coin, it's very obvious that they're going to have a different approach in some ways when it comes to the next generation. And it's going to be an interesting ride, whether it turns out to be exactly what we want or the opposite of what we want or something in between. I think at the very least we could say it'll be interesting to watch and pay attention to. Naughty Dog is goated. Yeah, Neo, sorry it was like kind of last minute. I don't normally do Saturday streams, but we'll be doing things just a little bit different this weekend. We'll do a Saturday stream today. We'll do a Sunday stream tomorrow. Would I say the best years of PlayStation were? I mean, it's hard for me not to look at the PS4 generation as like the best years for PlayStation, but I also think very fondly about the PS2 generation. And I feel like, sometimes the PS1 generation goes a little bit overlooked, but Rockstar's really hyping up GTA. It's going to be the biggest thing in entertainment, in quotes. I mean, I believe it. I believe it, man. Okay, you're saying based on the recently stated new approach at PlayStation, the PS6 launch may look very different from many PlayStation than many PlayStation fans expect. Well, I'm going to hold off on that conversation for right now, just because one of the main topics of discussion that I want to go over tomorrow has to do with a new PlayStation handheld, because we have more evidence that that's going to be coming at the launch of the PlayStation 6. So I'll hold off on that for now. Guys, I have some good news for you. Yeah, PSP reviewer, you're going to want to make sure to tune in that one, given your name. A new PSP, yeah, bro. Very interesting times. Very interesting. I have good news, though. Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach review codes are not available for press outlets like Push Square, but Sony and Kojima Productions will have been conducting internal reviews for months now. These reviews are more designed to offer the studio feedback on what areas they could improve and give a rough estimate of where the PS5 game might land review score-wise when we do gain access. There's no way to know what the internal reviews estimated Death Stranding would receive when it came out on PS4 in 2019. But the original version scored an 82. The PS5's director's cut improved on that slightly with an 85. Now, according to a new interview with Hideo Kojima in the latest Edge magazine, the full PS5 follow-up is scoring significantly higher with its test reviewers. Sony is apparently pleased about this, but Kojima himself wishes the release would have been a bit more controversial. Kojima explains that he does listen to feedback and criticism regarding elements such as controls and the camera, but the story and themes remain untouched regardless of what test reviewers say. Of course, I want people to play my game, so I must listen to them to a certain extent, but also I'm not interested in making something that appeals to everyone. He goes on to state that he sat in on a lot of monitoring tests for the original game. I'd find that 4 out of 10 people would love the game in regards to Death Stranding 1, but 6 would say it was a terrible game. For me, I think it's a good balance. But with the playtest for Death Stranding 2 on the beach, everyone seems to be positive. Kojima then says he's not interested in appealing to the mass market or selling millions of copies. He wishes to create games that prove to be controversial. Of course, I can't afford to make a failure either. I must take care of my studio, my staff, and our production budget. But in essence, I don't want to simply recreate something that's already in the world. I want to make something new, possibly with a golf club and a main character. I'm sorry, that last part was just that wasn't actually in the quote, but you know, this is the first thing that popped into my mind with the way he's talking. Anyway, says Hideo Kojima has constantly pushed the barrier of video games, spanning as far back as the decision to make Raiden the main character of MGS2. Each of the Metal Gear Solid games have felt unique since then, and Death Stranding was a significant departure from his previous efforts. Death Stranding 2 on the surface seems like Kojima's most iterative sequel to date. We're sure he has more than a few tricks up his sleeves. However, so I thought that this was important and worth going over because, man, people, from what I can tell, there's a lot of people still very unsure about Death Stranding 2 and whether or not this game is going to, be as good as the original, or B, have meaningful improvements that are going to go extend beyond the main focus of this game, which is delivering stuff, right? Delivering packages. And what I find most interesting about Kojima's quote here is he straight up says, and this, you really have to wonder how Sony was feeling about this. He straight up says that for Death Stranding 1, when they were doing mock reviews and internal review testing, 4 out of 10 people said that they liked it. And the other 6 basically said that it was terrible. Now, he compares that to the internal testing for Death Stranding 2, to where he said basically everybody's saying they liked it. So the way I'm reading this is Death Stranding 2 might have a much better shot at appealing to a wider audience, ultimately, and not being as divisive as the first game. Because the first game was divisive because of the gameplay loop. Now, he did reiterate that the main gameplay loop of Death Stranding 2 is still about delivering packages, but also adding that there's a lot more to do this time around. The pace of the game is faster. There's more combat, and there's a way to, you can kind of decide how you want to approach certain missions and whatnot, like more freedom at your disposal and how you want to tackle certain things. Add a gun, 10 out of 10, there you go. Well, there were guns, if I'm not mistaken, in the first Death Stranding. I'm pretty, I remember I was using an assault rifle of some kind quite a bit. But I do think that this is ultimately very positive and good news. Like, for those wondering, yeah, these companies with their AAA games, it's very common practice to do mock reviews, internal reviews, where basically they bring in people and they try to figure out, estimate based off of people's reactions. And I guess, I don't know if they ask them to actually score the game, but they try to figure out, like, what can we expect here? Like a rough estimate. Are we looking at a game that's going to land somewhere in the 70s? Are we looking at a game that's going to land in the 90s? Are we looking at a game that's going to land in the 50s, right? They do this, I guess, again, if there's like maybe any last minute changes they can potentially make or any last minute feedback they can take in to tweak things leading into launch. I do find it unsurprising that Kojima says he wants to make controversial games, and it is interesting to hear what he has to say on this topic, because he says Sony is pleased, and so obviously Sony is happy with the way Death Stranding 2 has turned out, and something tells me that if Kojima wanted to do something a bit more controversial with Death Stranding 2, he probably could have, and Sony still would be okay with that. You mean like the mock reviews of Redfall? Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? We do have to be careful because I do remember Phil Spencer saying that. I don't know if it was Phil Spencer. Somebody said that the internal reviews of Redfall were saying it was pretty good. And they were like kind of blindsided by how it ended up reviewing. So hopefully it's not that situation. I don't think it's going to be that situation because they did just let previewers play the game for 30 hours. And all of the previews were positive. I haven't, I'll be honest, man, like I haven't heard anything negative about the previews. I haven't. Which is actually even more telling where, come to think of it, I didn't hear anything negative about the previews. So when you consider the fact that the people who got the preview played for over 30 hours or about 30 hours, I mean, that's a really good sign. So my confidence level in Death Stranding 2 is actually, I would say, at an all-time high. I don't know that it's going to be like a shocking, hit game that's like, whoa, this game is like actually the biggest game of the year and it's selling like over 10 million units within a 2 months time frame or something like that. I don't think it's going to like just skyrocket like that. But what I do think is that there could be a bit of a ripple effect here where I think a lot of people who are aware of Death Stranding or who tried the first Death Stranding but maybe weren't on board with it, whether they tried it through, something like I don't know if it was ever on PlayStation Plus, but if they tried it on PlayStation, PC Game Pass, or on Xbox, or I think it's even on mobile, they're probably going to be paying attention to when this game launches to find out, like, like what. So what is it? Is it like a 9 out of 10? Is it sitting at a 91 on Metacritic, or is it in the low 80s again? Is it reviewing worse than the last game? And what I think could happen here, and this is a bit of a prediction, what I think could happen, and I feel more confident in stating this because of what we've seen with the previews and Kojima saying it's reviewing much better internally. Oh, it is currently on PS Plus? Okay, thank you. You're talking about PS Plus Extra. What I think could happen is this game is going to drop. It's going to review very well, and I think it's going to sit at a 90 or higher. I do. I think we're going to see Death Stranding 2 pull that off. It's going to sit at a 90 or higher, and I think the conversation you're going to see around Death Stranding 2 is going to be very different from the conversation we saw around Death Stranding 1. The conversation around Death Stranding 1 was people were expecting that. They were expecting a 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10 banger from Kojima, right? Because there's no way he could, and I don't want to say he missed, but in the eyes of some people, he did miss with Death Stranding. There's no way he could miss. And the conversation immediately became divisive because people were like, well, no, dude, like this is one of the most unique and interesting gameplay loops out there. Kojima cooked. He did it, bro. Others were saying this game's really boring, or, it's just a walking simulator. It's not at all what I was expecting. If they can nail that, I think 90 or higher, for Death Stranding 2, I think the conversation is going to be people being like, whoa, yo, I'm okay. This went from I'm probably not interested or probably going to pass on it to I got to play this now. And I think that'll have a ripple effect. But yeah, it's kind of like what you're saying. No amount of additional guns or combat will fix the issue of the delivery component. That's the one part that I'm going to be really interested to see how people respond to and like how it reviews, because it's like, yeah, Kojima did say, like, if you're expecting this game to fundamentally be a different game, it's not going to be. The fundamental goal at the end of the day is deliver certain stuff from point A to point B. But it's like everything that happens in between and the encounters that happen in between and the freedom in how you can choose to go about navigating. considering DS1 is one of the greatest games of all time, if DS2 is even half as good as 1, it will still be better than the majority of games out there today. Yeah, man, I agree with that. I had a lot of confidence in Death Stranding 1. And even when the first gameplay came out and people were like, I don't think so, I still had a ton of confidence. And I was a little bit nervous, though. I'm like, what if I'm wrong? And Kojima actually did let me down here. Luckily, I played it, I saw it through, and I was like, yeah, this is it. So hearing everything I'm hearing between the previews and the mock reviews of Death Stranding 2 and that, again, that last trailer that he showed off in March, I'm like, my God, this looks insane. My confidence for this game is at an all-time high. Whiskey, you're saying you're still going to pass 15 hours into the first and you're just going to enjoy it? I think that's fine. Yeah, I think no matter what, games like Death Stranding 1 and 2 are just not going to be for everybody, you know? And I think that's okay. Kojima himself is out here saying he's not trying to make games for everybody. Like, he's not trying. What's interesting is he says he's not trying to make games that are going to sell millions. But everything that we're hearing about Death Stranding 2, it's like, I think basically Kojima, if you read between the lines, it seems like Kojima essentially said, I made this game because it was necessary for the health of my studio and my development team. And, you know, I think people would have been okay if there wasn't a follow-up to Death Stranding. And Kojima even went on record saying he doesn't want to make a Death Stranding 3, but that maybe somebody else can at some point, which, you know, you have to consider that Sony does not own the Death Stranding IP. So, I mean, could we see a future outcome where, like, Kojima licensed the Death Stranding IP to a different PlayStation studio and Sony, like, pays for that to develop it? I don't know. I mean, Kojima's working on Fizzant next, which is going to be, I would assume, a PlayStation 6 game. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that Kojima's being, you know, pretty upfront, saying that he wants to make weird, interesting stuff that's not going to sell millions. I imagine maybe that's where something like OD is going to come into play, where, like, that was his opportunity to just do something really bizarre that may fail completely or could be amazing, could, you know, blow people away. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't be a PlayStation studio. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe it would be a different publisher, a completely different studio. Some kind of spinoff. I'd be open to it. Give it to Microsoft. Give it to a Microsoft studio, bro. Now that, I'll be honest, I would love to see that outcome. Kojima licenses the Death Stranding IP to, God, I mean, what Microsoft studio, where do you even, who would even, what, Ninja Theory? Sure, I'd try it. Silent Spartan with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, Hideo Kojima said the same thing after MGS. He made 6 more games, LOL. That's very true. Yeah, that is very true. Kojima is he's kind of infamous for making it known that I don't want to make another game in this series. I want nothing to do with it. I'm moving on after this, to then come back and be like, all right, well, maybe this one will be the last one. And that, you know what's so funny about that, Silent Spartan, is like, Kojima, I find it so, there's something so fascinating to me about the way Kojima talks, where he's like, yeah, I don't really want to do Metal Gear anymore. Or like, I'm over it. You know, like, I'm past it. I have other ideas, other things. But he always comes back to Metal Gear. In some way, shape, or form, he always comes back to Metal Gear. And I just wonder why that is. Because even when you look at Death Stranding 2, if you watch that last trailer, dude, there's half that trailer is like Metal Gear. And he's not even hiding it. Half that trailer's Metal Gear. You got Snake in there. You got, you know, Metal Gear Rex. And just so much of it is Metal Gear. But then he comes out and he's like, all right, guys, I'm going to be moving on from Death Stranding. And I do believe him this time. The reason I believe him this time is because he's already working on something new. But the new thing that he's working on, called Fizzant, if you go back to the 2024 announcement, January 2024, they end the state of play. Herman Hulst, Hideo Kojima, they come out, they got their drip, and they're like, in partnership with Sony, I'm going to be returning to my roots. And he basically goes on to describe Metal Gear Solid. He basically, if you go back and watch that video, without saying the name Metal Gear Solid, he essentially says, like, I'm going to be making Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation 6. And it's going to be cutting edge. And, I mean, I still feel kind of mind blown by that. Because it's like, I honestly thought, like, Kojima was done. Right? Like, it's not going to literally be Metal Gear Solid in the name. Because it legally can't be. Konami still owns it. But I think Kojima's about to flex. And basically what he's going to do is he's going to make Metal Gear Solid 6 and drop it, next generation and be like, just so you know, Konami, this could have been yours. But now it's not. Now it's mine and Sony's. And by that point, Konami will probably be remaking Metal Gear Solid 1, maybe, or 2, which is fine. I'll still support that. But Metal Solid Gear. What's a different name for Metal Gear Solid? What words could you use that would actually sound just as appealing but mean the same thing? Gears that are metal. Well, we're not thinking outside the box enough, I'm pretty sure Fizzant is a code name, by the way. I don't think that's what the actual... I mean, that could be Steel Strong Cog. I don't like that, Robert. I appreciate you trying. I don't like that, though. That just doesn't roll off the tongue, Maybe just call it not Metal Gear Solid. I'm excited for Fizzant, though, man. It's just so awesome to me that... I mean, I don't know how much convincing Kojima needed, but I remember when Herman Hulst was talking in that video, he basically was saying that... I think the way he worded it is like, yeah, like, I convinced... Or no. Hold on. All right, sorry. What I was trying to say is the way Kojima worded it is he made it sound like Herman had convinced him to go back to his roots. To basically, you want to make another Metal Gear Solid? Just pull up the video, bro. Actually, yeah, I probably should. Let's go watch it again. It's pretty short. It's one of my favorite videos. Hold on, let me should be Sony Kojima Productions. I love how like my videos pop up first. I wonder if it's because I'm searching it on my... Here we go. Let me bring this up, and we'll watch it together again, just as a reminder of what Kojima's working on next.
And now here with me today is visionary game creator and founder of Kojima Productions, Kojima-san.
Hi.
Welcome. Today, I'm excited to announce that together, as part of the PlayStation and Kojima Productions partnership, Hideo is going to take us on an exciting new adventure. One that I've been encouraging him to reinvent for years.
はい、全く新しいオリジナルの IP になります。新世代のアクションエスピオナージゲームです。
So Herman just says, you know, one that I've been encouraging him to do for years, to reinvent for years. And Kojima says a new IP, a next generation action espionage game. I mean, bro, he's basically saying Metal Gear Solid without saying Metal Gear Solid, you know?
準備を始めてますけども、デストランディング2の後に本格的に小島プロダクションで制作にかかります。ソニーさんとは、ほぼ30年にわたりエスピオナージものを一緒に育ててきたという強い経験もあります。またソニーさんは、ゲームだけではなく音楽も映画もされています。間違いなく強力なコラボレーションになるはずです。さらに2年後には僕の、ゲーム制作人生の40周年を迎えます。このタイトルが、僕の集大成の作品になると確信をしています。
I mean, damn, dude. He's like straight up. He's saying this next title, Fizzant, is going to be the culmination of his life's work, man. Jeez. I'm actually gonna mute it though, because it sounds like they're starting to play some music, and I can't risk getting a copyright. So we're just gonna watch it silently. Oh wait, no, Herman, I need closed captions. Oh god, they're only in Japanese. Oh god, even what Herman's saying is in Japanese. Help. All right, well, that was pretty much the most important part. I cannot tell you so much now, but we plan to bring together cutting-edge technology and talent from around the world to create it. It's an interactive game, but it's also a movie at the same time. With this title, we hope to transcend the barriers between film and video games. Like, are we a little bit concerned at all, though, about that last part? I mean, should we be concerned by that at all? Like, where he's like, he has to, like, you will interact with it. Like, well, I mean, you're announcing a video game, right? So it's like, that's like the bare minimum expectation. But they're saying they're going to transcend. I mean, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? I don't know. I'm hyped for it, though. I'll be there day one. I don't care what it is. That's how you're reading it. He's just always made cinematic games. Yeah, I'm kind of reading it as like he's basically going to be trying to do what he did with Metal Gear Solid 1 again. Where like when Metal Gear Solid 1 came out, it was considered so groundbreaking because it felt like a movie, you know? Like it had the production value and the cinematography, the aesthetics, everything about it felt like a movie, you know, but like a movie you played. So I wonder, I mean, I really do wonder like what could be done to transcend, like he's saying we want to transcend the barriers. I mean, what could really be done at this point? Well, I'm not going to think about it too hard because that's his job, right? That's him and Herman's job and everybody at Kojima Productions. They're going to have to figure that out, man. But I'm very excited. I got to say, I'm very excited. It'll probably be a little while till we see it. What do you think the chances are that, you know, he mentioned in that video that in 2 years, so that was January 2024, 2 years will be January 2026. He mentions it'll be his 40th anniversary, you know, working in the games industry. And he believes that this next title, Fizzant, that they're working on is going to be like a culmination of his life's work. What do you think the chances are in the 2-year anniversary or the 40-year anniversary he drops like the first teaser of Fizzant? A little too soon, maybe? There's a 0% chance that Fizzant has any resemblance to MGS. Kojima won't copy himself or want comparisons. It will be something completely different, intended to revolutionize the genre. I'm down for that. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, the way he's talking about it, he's saying he wants to go. He's saying he's going back to the genre that he started with, but he's planning on revolutionizing it, like you're saying, like reinventing it. And I mean, who else? I don't know that I would trust anybody else with something so intense, like something as intense as reinventing a genre. Well, it's like he basically pioneered the genre. So, if anybody can do it, it's going to be Kojima. I mean, surely he has some ideas, right? Imagine that they launch a real movie as a prequel, and after the movie ends, prologue starts in the game. Chris, you're saying Kojima won't copy himself. Is that why he literally has the actor he wanted to play Snake in a live-action MGS film dressed as Snake? Well, I think we're talking more in the terms of like the overall design of the game itself. Well, see, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to think like how do you reinvent a tactical action espionage game? I'm not sure. They did mention though that they're going to be doing movies, music, all this stuff. So it seems like it's going to be a big thing, man. I mean, I'm not expecting to see it anytime soon, but there's a movie tie-in somewhere for sure. Absolutely. Could it be first person? That would be surprising. Well, he's obviously going to be working with famous actors again. So there's clearly going to be a main protagonist. The Solid Snake / Sam Porter Bridges character. Who do we think gets cast? Keanu Reeves? I think Kurt Russell's a little too old. I mean, if he could get Kurt Russell in this project though, that would be amazing. Because Kurt Russell, he was the original Snake Plissken. He was the one who inspired the character of Solid Snake, I believe. Adam Sandler, I don't know about that. Rami Malek, maybe. Yeah, he worked with Sony with Until Dawn. You will play a movie actor that is the movie star and he plays an action hero. Kojima took things too far. He took it too far this time. Andy Serkis would be good. Oh my God, if it's Pedro Pascal, bro. No, I like Pedro Pascal, but come on. Jerry Gamer, get out. Ryan Gosling, Jake Gyllenhaal. What if you play as Kojima himself? Oh my God, that would be 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. A Hideo Kojima game starring Hideo Kojima. Hellbound says Steven Seagal. Oh, man. Now that, you might be on to something. Steven Seagal starring in Fizzant, Hideo Kojima's next masterpiece. You play as a random guard and there's a Hideo lookalike stalking you. Henry Cavill? Oh, that'd be interesting, actually. He's a gamer. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Well, we still got Death Stranding coming. I'm going to be curious how that turns out. Have you ever seen the supposed leaked OD gameplay? I did, and I didn't really know what to think of it. It didn't look bad, but it's just like it was captured pretty poorly, and it looked I don't know. It didn't look very compelling only because it was captured poorly and I didn't really know what was going on. Like, I wasn't sure how the game was actually being played. Oh, yeah. The dude was shirtless. Yeah, I forgot about that part. You could see it in, like, the reflection. It was, like, being played on an iPad or something. Let's just chalk that one up as a fake leak, you know? For everybody's sake. Let's just chalk it up to a fake leak. There's something else here regarding Kojima that I think we might want to talk about. Push Square reports industry icon Hideo Kojima is now officially past the age of 60. And after having an illness during the pandemic, he's had some serious thoughts about his future. While he's currently got projects like Death Stranding 2 on the beach in the pipeline, he's also very much mindful of the future of his studio after he's no longer around. Speaking in the latest issue of Edge magazine, he mentioned how this is a fear for me. What happens to Kojima Productions after I'm gone? I don't want them to just manage our existing IP. So he's given a USB stick to his assistant, which apparently contains all of his ideas, kind of like a will, so the team could perhaps continue to make things long after he's gone, rather than go forward without any guidance. Apart from a few other projects, Kojima is working on the upcoming action espionage game Fizzant, which he supposedly decided to do after discovering how a lot of fans wanted something else along the lines of Metal Gear Solid. Kojima was also considering directing a movie at one point, but decided to reassess his priorities after speaking to the film director Guillermo del Toro and Nicholas Winding Refn, who told him to stick with games. So, there you go, man. If you were worried about, what's going to happen to Kojima Productions when Hideo Kojima passes on eventually, he's got it covered. He's got a whole USB stick of ideas. I mean, what do you think they could be? I mean, who knows? Half those ideas are probably just some of the craziest stuff that his team's like, what do you think he meant by this? Can we acknowledge that Kojima looks younger being 60 than me being 33? He does look pretty young. I mean, you could tell he's a little bit older now, but I don't think he looks 60. He doesn't look that old. He's still, maybe it's the hair. It might be the hair. Higgs, that's diabolical, bro. Death Stranding remake. It's like on the USB stick, he just says, guys, I won't be mad if you want to go collab with Konami and do something with Metal Gear. It's okay. Digital Life Kojima. It is interesting, man. I mean, I think the question is, how many ideas do you think he has on that USB stick? Like, do you think it's like five really, really good ideas? Like, basically, like you could do 5 different games? Or do you think it's more like there's 100 random things and you guys can just decide whatever you think sounds the best? Apparently, Gears of War E-Day is being pushed to 2026. I thought it was a 2026 game already. Huh. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button for me if you're enjoying the stream and enjoying the conversation. I'd really appreciate that. Hitting the like button, again, not only lets me know you enjoy the content, but it helps with YouTube's algorithm. We're trying to get more people subscribed to the channel, get more people into the streams, grow the community in general. It seems obvious he wants his name to become a genre in and of itself. So in 40 years, people will be making Kojima genre games. It will ensure his immortality. Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to me when people want to, it's all about like legacy, right? Leaving your mark. I guess I kind of understand. It's interesting because like I don't really think like that. Quantum immortality. There you go. Kojima actually he's going to live in that USB stick. It turns out that's a very sophisticated, advanced USB stick, and Kojima actually has uploaded a copy of his consciousness onto it. Kojima AI, yeah, bro. There you go. I mean, honestly, maybe. If he lives long enough, maybe. How do we feel about that, though? Like, not to go too far off the rails here, but like, we can clone animals, right? Like, we can actually clone animals, and we could probably also clone human beings. But I think the only thing stopping that is ethics, which is understandable. But like, what is up with that, man? I mean, that calls into question a lot, right? Doesn't it? Clone Kojima. Most of what Kojima does is steal ideas from movies he watches and just puts a spin on it. Escape from New York, Snake is Snake. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, to a degree. I don't agree 100%. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I would say is definitely just like him. Like, there's a certain like Kojima-esque, like, yeah, like that's Kojima. I think that does exist, but yeah, there's no doubt that a lot of stuff is inspired, but I don't know, man. Some of the best stuff that we get is exactly that. You know, I mean, like, you could say the same thing even about like the GTA games. I mean, Vice City just feels like you're just playing a culmination of like a dev team that watched a bunch of 80 movies and was like, can we just like put all that stuff in this? Or even like you play GTA 5 and there's just stuff completely, it's like, that's Heat. Like, this is Heat, the video game, for a little bit, you know? And I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that, you know? As long as the original gets some of the credit, you know? I think that's what's important. And VAR comes in with a $50 super chat out of nowhere, bro. You guys really showing up on this random Saturday stream. I got to say, I was not expecting this. I'm very grateful, though. VAR, thank you so much for that generosity. You're saying here, hey, MBG, I hope you and the family are having a good Saturday, and you should try Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That game is a masterpiece. Well, VAR, we are doing relatively well on this Saturday. My mother-in-law, Mrs. MBG's mother, just had some major surgery done, and she's still at the hospital right now. She's recovering, so we're dealing with that as best we can. Other than that, though, everything's going pretty well. And VAR, you mentioned Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So here's the thing. It's not broken. You're good. It's not broken. Green Ninja. It's just slowly lighting up. We're good. He retracted it. He's like, whoa, okay, my bad. VAR, you're mentioning Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You're saying I should play it. It's a masterpiece. I got to be honest, I don't see myself ever getting around to playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but I got to say, it's been interesting to hear what people have been saying about this title. What interests me the most about it is the fact that it was made by a relatively small team. Not like a tiny team, but like it was made on a smaller budget with a smaller team, and it's achieved like incredible success. But the fact that multiple people have told me this year that that's their game of the year. And I'm like, this is just so fascinating where we are seeing, and I think this is good. Like, this is, I think, shining a light in the right places in the industry where it's like, oh, the team is large, but yeah, maybe I have it backwards. Hold on. I think it was the budget of the game that was small. Okay, so they are a very big team. My bad. They have 250 men and women. That's what it says here. So, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 budget. Okay, yeah. So that was the shocking part. So they have a very big team, and this is also interesting because they have a massive team, but the overall budget for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was only $41 million. and it's already more than tripled that in revenue. So that's the shocking part, right? Like, I actually had no idea the team was that big too. How do you even, bro, how do you have a team that big and keep the budget of your game that low? EU tax write-offs plus government support, you think? Interesting. The team is in Eastern Europe. Okay. Oh, you guys are saying where the studio is located. Interesting. Sony, you gotta get some European teams, bro. This is what they're gonna have to do. I'm okay for now. If you're high, you can turn it down. No, I'm all right. I'll be good. Hold on, I had to reboot my stream here. Not my stream, but my YouTube studio once again. Well, their location affects the budget to some extent. Well, either way, man, something that's become clear to me just based off of what I've been hearing from you guys is that apparently Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is like a genuine masterpiece. I've come across multiple people who are like, I put literally hundreds of hours into the game. I've come across a few people that apparently platinumed it. You know, it's like a 200-hour platinum. And, you know, I've seen gameplay of it and I watched a little bit and I appreciate what they're doing. I'll be honest, I don't think it's a game for me. I don't see myself being able to play a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but, you know, it doesn't take away my enjoyment seeing other people enjoy it. And it's one of my favorite things, actually. You know, it's one of the things I enjoy most on the channel. People always come by and they talk to me about games that they're enjoying or it's their game of the year and one of the best games they've ever played. And I'm like, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. 2025 has been a surprising year in some regard for games. Meet the Cheater, you platinumed it. Varyo's saying it's pretty realistic. That's what I've heard, yeah. Atomic Heart's new expansion? No, I haven't seen that. But 2025 has been a relatively surprising year for games, I would say, where, believe me when I tell you, I was not even aware of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and was not expecting to be seeing people all throughout the year telling me how it's their game of the year. I also was not expecting my game of the year to be Expedition 33 and see what, like, this studio and this game just explode overnight, you know? You're saying if you like Mick Gordon, it's worth a look. I might go check it out. Yeah, I've been listening to some Doom tracks. Like, I think from Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, some of Mick Gordon's tracks. I've been listening to a few of them while I'm working out, and like, man, so good. I think id Software really messed up by tarnishing their relationship with him because, you know, the music in Doom the Dark Ages is passable. It's okay, but I mean the tracks from Mick Gordon are like next level, honestly. So good. Sony should hire Mick. Not sure what game, but am I going to finish Indie before the end of the year? We'll see. I'm not sure. It depends on if there's certain gaps because right now I can't deny that I'm basically locked up in Days Gone where I'm like looking through the trophy list and I'm like, oh man, to get all the trophies, I'm gonna have to play this game on New Game Plus and permadeath. Not sure. I don't know. Like, I want to tell myself I can do that, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. But I'm really enjoying my playthrough of Days Gone. I'm taking my time with it. Elden Ring Night Reign's coming up, and I have to make a decision on whether or not I'm going to play that. And considering the type of game it is, one of two things is going to happen. I'm either going to get completely sucked in, and it's like, okay, this is my new go-to multiplayer, and I'm going to put an ungodly amount of hours into it, or it's just going to be something I play for a certain amount of hours, maybe try to platinum it if it's possible, and then move on. Did not finish Doom. No. See, this is another problem with taking on all these games. Is it's just like there becomes like an order of priority where there's what I want to play and what I want to prioritize playing, and games that like I do want to get to and I would like to finish, but now they're kind of on the back burner. I don't know. I see these people where like they complete like 50 games in like a couple months, and I'm like, how? Maybe not 50, but like, like 25, 30 games or something crazy. I'm like, how? Like I don't understand. But everybody plays games differently. MBG, will you say based on hours played is Days Gone one of your favorite PS4 games ever? Yeah, actually. Yeah. I mean, at the rate I'm going, I think I have, if you combine what I'm playing of the remaster with the original game, I'm going to end up tracking easily over 150 hours, probably well beyond that, depending on if I go through with what I'm planning to go through with getting every trophy for the remaster. Yeah, probably go way over the 200-hour mark, and that's a lot of time, and I really, I gotta say, man, like I'm trying to really savor this replay, and I'm really appreciating the upgrade. I know that for a lot of people, it's like just play Days Gone on the base PS5, or sorry, whether you're on the base PS5 or Pro, it looks just as good. You get the 60 FPS, but the last time I played Days Gone was on the PS4 Pro, so to me, this does feel like a much more substantial upgrade. And I'm just trying to savor it because I'm just kind of anticipating that this is going to be the last time. Unless they want to remaster it again for PS6 or something years later, but this might be the last time we ever see Days Gone. And so I do think it was a very good game. Not a perfect game, but again, it kind of reminds me of the Order 1886, even though the Order is a much shorter game and smaller game. Just these games with so much potential and so much heart, that like, man, there's really so much more that can be extracted here. And RU46 N2 Ray comes in and drops another 5-bomb on you guys. We need some W's in the chat for Ray. He's keeping the member train rolling today, bringing us up to 31 members. So you guys are keeping this thing going today. Thank you so much for that, Ray. Let me give you a Crazy Arnold soundbite here. Ray's like, we're only 2 hours in the stream. I got to keep the member train going, man. I got to go crazy. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that continued support, guys. He's actually, I got to say, I'm very surprised. I wasn't sure what to expect with a random Saturday stream, because I'd never stream on Saturdays, and you guys are showing up, showing great support, and I really do appreciate it, guys. I do. For the Crazy Arnold, absolutely. Can permadeath be done on any difficulty? Meet the Cheater, I'm pretty sure it can. If not, then I'm cooked. But I'm pretty sure you can. And yeah, there was a new Days Gone patch that came out. It added a 40 FPS mode. It added VRR. But something else is somebody in my comment section on my video today said that some of the audio issues were fixed. Like they completely did. And I'm not surprised because I was like, yo, is there something wrong with the audio in Days Gone Remastered? Like I kept noticing that there were just a lot of sometimes severe inconsistencies with the audio. And I'm like, I think something might be broken, but not enough to like really hinder from the game. Just something you keep noticing where it's like something doesn't sound quite right. And somebody said that it seems like they like completely fixed it. The audio sounds totally different now in a better way. Like they're hearing sounds they weren't even hearing before. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not crazy. There was something maybe that was broken. You're saying it can be done on any difficulty, but sadly, no New Game Plus carryover. Has to be a fresh file. Ooh. Oh, that's painful. I didn't know that. So you would have to do 3 playthroughs, basically, to get all the trophies. Well, you wouldn't have to do 3, I guess. You could start on a permadeath run, but you do like a regular playthrough, then you do a New Game Plus playthrough, then you do a separate permadeath playthrough. Okay. You think audio glitches ruin immersion more than visual hiccups? Yeah, I could see that. Because like I was noticing, like sometimes, Deacon would be radioing somebody, and he's like yelling, like screaming, like you're riding on the motorcycle, and then the person who's talking back on the radio, like I can barely. Like they sound so muffled. I'm like, I'll be honest, I don't even know what they're saying. So I had to like read the subtitles. Didn't happen all the time, just sometimes. But stuff like that, I was like, that can't be right. You start a perma run first. I'm starting to wonder if I should have done that. Because they have two different types of permadeath. They have permadeath where no matter how far you are in the game, if you die, that's it. Your file's basically deleted. They have a different type where it seems to be chapter based, I believe. So like if you die, you have to restart the chapter. I gotta tell you though, not sure I'd recommend going on a permadeath run. You know, I don't know that I would recommend doing that out of the gate, mainly because I have discovered, man, you got to get a feel for this game. Because I have found myself dying in some really dumb ways. And I'm trying to make sure I get a really solid feel for Days Gone again if I do try a permadeath run. Because, man, I could see myself raging. I can't even imagine, you know, like just some of the ways I've died is so dumb. But I think, you know, once you get a feel for it, you know, you go in much more confident. So, guys, let's talk about Bluepoint Games. One of my favorite studios. Dead in the last 5 minutes. Oh, could you imagine? How many of you guys are fans of Bluepoint Games? How many of you guys played the Demon Souls remake? Or if not the Demon Souls remake, the why can't I think of the name of the game? My brain has reached that point where I can't think of anything. You guys know the game I'm talking about. Shadow of the Colossus. Oh my God. Okay. Like, why? Why does it take me that long? Am I overstimulated? Can you have trouble remembering things if you're overstimulated? I'm going to have to start doing crossword puzzles or something, man, because, like, it shouldn't have taken me that long. No, I'm definitely overstimulated. But yeah, Shadow of the Colossus, I played that game. What an incredible game. The remake was incredible. Demon Souls remake, still one of my favorite titles for the PS5. One of the standouts, one of the highlights, one of the best looking games, man. You played that game on the PS5 Pro, oh my God. But unfortunately, you know, it's been a while since we heard from Bluepoint. The last game that Bluepoint released was Demon Souls at the launch of the PS5. And it was an amazing launch title. It was the first game I played on PS5, by the way. And it was my first time playing Demon Souls. I'm like, this is amazing. This is everything I wanted. And so for the last 5 years, I've been anticipating Bluepoint's next project. Very excited. And we've been speculating for years what they could be working on. The last we had heard prior to the unfortunate cancellation is that they were working on something original. They said original content. And we're like, is this a new game? Is this a game in an already established franchise? We were thinking maybe something Uncharted. Something we learned, though, is that Bluepoint Games helped development on God of War Ragnarok for a couple of years. They helped, I think, just get God of War Ragnarok to the finish line. So they helped Sony Santa Monica. And at the beginning of this year, I believe it was January. It was either January or March. I think it was January. We got the unfortunate news that Bluepoint Games, what they were working on, was canceled. And it was revealed by Jason Schreier that what they were working on was, shockingly enough, a live service God of War game. Now, maybe them working on something God of War related wasn't shocking because of the history they have and the fact that they did do, if I'm not mistaken, they did a God of War collection, right? And then they also helped with God of War Ragnarok. So, you know, them doing something God of War related is like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But then we find out it's a freaking live service. And it's like, well, that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, that was quite shocking to learn about, where, not to go on and on about it, but I mean, it's like, I would have never guessed ever that, oh yeah, their next title, live service God of War game. And for one reason or another, it got canceled. So this was back in January. Now, my understanding is that when we got the report and the announcement that it was canceled, I'm assuming it was at around that time. Like, I don't think this was a situation where, like, no, that game was canceled like a year ago and they've been working on something new for the last year. I don't think it was like that. It seems like the game got canceled alongside Sony Ben's live service game, and these two studios basically had to start over. We do have what I believe to be a sliver of good news. All right, and I'm happy to report this to you guys because I was feeling very nervous when we found out that Bluepoint Games, their title was abruptly canceled. It was a live service. I was very nervous for them and Ben's studio, and I was nervous, like, are they going to suffer layoffs? Is the studio potentially even going to be closed? Luckily, none of those things happened, but now we've reached a point where, and I want to give a shout out to Zubitech over on Twitter, where apparently he found this on a recent job listing for Bluepoint Games. He says here, Bluepoint Games' new AAA project, Principal Graphics Engineer. The Principal Graphics Engineer position is responsible for building out exciting rendering systems and features in the Bluepoint engine to bring our team's vision to life. And so what this seemingly confirms is that whatever Bluepoint Games decided to pitch Sony as, like, okay, well, our game just got canceled, God of War live service not happening, we need to think of something new. Whatever that is, it got greenlit, and Sony said, okay, let's do it. And so now, let the speculation begin. Weren't they working on two titles at the same time? No, they were not. From what I understand, they were only working on one title, and that's because they're not a massive team. They have, let me see. Trying to find an update on Bluepoint Games. Bluepoint Games. How many devs do they currently have? That's not correct. Why? Whatever website this is wrong. It says they have over 4,000 employees. That's not true. So it seems to me that Bluepoint is likely hovering anywhere around 75 to 100 developers, because the last update I see here says as of 2023, they had 80 devs. So I can't seem to find an updated number. Maybe one of you guys can find that. But I'm seeing 80 devs. Sage, you're enjoying the topics today? Yeah, I'm going to try to do a better job at being, I think I need to, if I can maintain what I'm doing today throughout upcoming streams, I think I'll be able to improve the quality of those streams. But yeah, we should just say basically a team of less than 100, but probably more than 70, somewhere around that ballpark. And when you have a team of that size, there's no way they're working on two different games at any one time. So what probably happened is right after they here's what I think happened. When they wrapped up Demon's Souls, they were then used as a support studio to help Santa Monica get God of War Ragnarok out. And then God of War Ragnarok dropped in 2022. Then at that point, they decided we want to do a live service God of War game, which you can, the only rationalization I can give Sony and Bluepoint here is they were familiar with the God of War engine, and they were working with the assets. They were working on the game. So you can kind of understand, why, like, they would want to choose to do something in the God of War universe. But again, the live service, so misguided. And yeah, they're located in Texas. So it seems to me that they were basically working on this God of War live service for about 2 years, and then it got canned. So now they're hiring again, which seems to, and they mentioned a new project. Now, as of right now, we have no information about this project. We have no idea what this is. But the big question, and this is where, it will still just be in the realm of speculation, but the big question is, are they doing a single player title? Is it going, well, that, and is it going to be a remake? Because that job listing doesn't indicate, the only thing that job listing indicates is they're working on another game. They're working on a new game. And that does confirm that whatever they pitched to Sony, Sony said, yes, we'll fund that. Let's do it. Now, I'm glad to see that they're already working on it, but it is years away. The reality of Bluepoint's next title is it's probably going to be a PlayStation 6 game. I hate to say that. And yes, that does mean ultimately we only got one game from Bluepoint potentially throughout the entire PS5 generation, unless maybe they're going to do something small to get something out quicker. Maybe they're going to do a remake for a game that they are confident they could get out before the end of the generation. But I don't know how long it took them to do, the Demon Souls remake. I don't know how long it took them to do the Shadow of the Colossus remake. So I don't know if a remake on that scale would take, and maybe it depends on how old the game is. Like, let me just say what everybody's thinking. Bloodborne remake. If they decided to pitch Sony a Bloodborne remake and Sony was like, yes, absolutely, let's do it. Let's get, Miyazaki's blessing. If they could do this, yeah, best case scenario, maybe cross-gen. Cross-gen would make sense. And that'd be great. I hope it is a cross-gen title because I want to see Bluepoint succeed, and I'm not going to be upset at if Bluepoint's next game comes out like a year after the PS6 comes out or within the first year, but it's also a PS5 game. I'm not going to be upset. I think PS5 players are owed that, honestly. So if they decide to do like a Bloodborne remake, Bloodborne's not that old of a game. I mean, it's a decade old, so it's pretty old, but it's a PS4 game. How long would it take to remake that game? Knowing you're not, like, to give it the Demon Souls treatment. Could it be done in 3 years? Because if it could be done in 3 years, I think that game could be out, for the PS5. But if they're choosing to do something original and they're choosing not to do a remake, then I would not expect to see this game for at least 5 years, at the very minimum. 5 years, 2.5 years. See, this is why I'm thinking if you're Bluepoint and you just basically spent the last 4 years being a support team for God of War and then working on a failed God of War live service that got canceled, and you're going to pitch something to Sony, I feel like you want to pitch a remake, right? Oh, I hope that's not true. Okay, you're saying it's 100% going to be a live service game. They aren't throwing out all that infrastructure they built for God of War Online. Oh, man. Dude, I'll tell you this. If that ends up being true, that's going to be a rant for another day. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that until it's in front of me. Because that would be, I understand what you're saying. Like, they probably spent the last 2 years trying to build some type of, but, well, actually, let's think about this. Is there even any infrastructure in place? How do we know it even got that far? Maybe the game wasn't even coming together. Because I do understand where you're coming from. It's like, if they did build some kind of infrastructure, they're not going to want that to go to waste. But, bro, I'm going to be brutally honest. You would have to be practically brain dead to, if you're Bluepoint or if you're Sony, to allow, to first off, if you're Bluepoint, you got to be out of your mind to even be willing to pitch another live service game. And if you're Sony, you would also have to be out of your mind to actually allow them to do that and then greenlight it. Like, if I were Sony, I would literally turn to them and say, guys, I know you're passionate about what you're pitching. No, we want single player from you, or a remake. Whatever you do, remake, original, it's got to be single player at this point. That if I were Sony, that's exactly what I would be telling them. But yeah, I refuse to believe that until I see it. Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy, saying driving Uber today. Just took a Canadian bachelor party out to a gun range. Good old Texas. Well, Michael Lynch, thank you for taking time out of your busy day to let me know about that, man. Good old Texas. Makes sense, though. Appropriate timing for that super chat. We're talking about a Texas-based developer. Ironically enough, it seems like most of Bluepoint's titles didn't really have guns. I know that they did the Metal Gear Solid remasters, so that game had guns, but Shadow of the Colossus, no guns. Demon Souls, no guns. God of War, no guns. Bluepoint is Texas-based, yes. Did Sony Japan Studio help Bluepoint? Well, no, Sony Japan Studio helped From Software with Bloodborne. And, oh, wait, sorry, I misread that. Yes. The answer to that is yes. I'm sorry, Unico, I was misreading that. Sony Japan, before they were shuttered and reformed into Team Asobi, they did help on Demon Souls Remake. So that's another thing, right? Where it's like Bluepoint seemingly is going to be working on their own. So, look, I'm going to try to keep my expectations realistic when it comes to Bluepoint. I want to be optimistic, but I basically spent the last 5 years anticipating at some point a new Bluepoint Games title showing up at a state of play or showcase, and it just never happened. Just to find out that you're not going to get a game from them maybe this entire generation outside of Demon Souls, because look at what happened. So rather than get my hopes up, I'm just going to try to be realistic in that, okay, here are the facts. The facts are they're just starting development on their new game right now, and they're also in the process of hiring people. That's how early they are in development. So really the only positive here is a new game is greenlit. Outside of that, when it comes to what it could be when we could see it, I'm going to keep my expectations as realistic as I can, and I'm going to say it's probably going to be a remake, and it's probably going to be a next-gen title, a cross-gen title, but won't come out till maybe the PS6 launch or a year after the PS6 launches. It's going to be a long time. And I know that sounds disappointing, but I don't want to set myself up for further disappointment and assume any less than that or any more than that, right? Like, I don't want to assume any better than that. I don't want to assume that it's going to be 3 years from now. Like, I know I mentioned like a Bloodborne remake, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not convinced. I would have to see evidence. I think that's the most logical thing to do. But as we've seen, sometimes logic isn't present with some of these, with these decisions. So what I will say is I'm happy that Bluepoint's still here. Because again, the worst case scenario is they could have got shuttered, or they could have been relegated to a support team. Now, the last thing I will say is that this is one assumption I am comfortable making, but I could be wrong with it, and I hope I'm not. It is possible that Bluepoint could still be just a support team, and they're hiring for a game that they're actually doing support work on. We just don't know that. The way that job listing was written, it sounds more like they're working on a new game. I'm reading that, and maybe I'm projecting what I want to read, but I am assuming they're talking about a new game that was greenlit. But for all I know, the new game they're referencing could be Wolverine, could be Intergalactic, could be whatever Santa Monica's working on, could be their Santa Monica's new IP. So if I'm really trying to be depressingly realistic, we should keep in mind that a possible outcome is that we find out that, Bluepoint, once their God of War game got canceled, they they were moved to help Naughty Dog and support Intergalactic, or moved to help support Insomniac, or moved to help support Santa Monica's new IP. Truthfully, that might be the most realistic outcome. But man, like that's just as bad, in my opinion, as seeing them make a live service game where it's like, you can't let them do that. Like, they have too much talent. I think anybody who's a fan of Bluepoint will tell you, like, these guys have too much talent. Not saying they should be relegated to remasters and remakes forever. I'm not saying that, but it's just they have too much talent to just be relegated to making some kind of live service spinoff or being a support team, in my opinion. I think they can offer more than that. Unless they just reskin the assets they build for the God of War live service game, they could have a game out in 2 or 3 years. Well, if I'm operating based on hope, if I'm trying to just be hopeful, until we get the official announcement or until we get official word, I'm going to be hopeful that Bluepoint is now working on something great that we're going to be excited for. Seeing the way people reacted to the news that they were working, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to cope a little bit, right? Seeing the way that people reacted to the report and the announcement, like just the revelation that you guys were working on a live service God of War game. I don't remember. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen PlayStation fans that disappointed. Like, I've seen them disappointed, but like there was real, like, just not anger. That's the thing. It wasn't anger. It just genuine, like, sigh. Like, there was sadness in the air, man. Like, I was like, geez, wow. And so it's just like, in my mind, logically speaking, there's no way Sony and Bluepoint didn't see that and not immediately understand, like, okay, we let people down. We let the fans down. There's a clear path forward. But again, I say that, and yet time and time again, I find that, well, you'd be surprised how much certain executives and certain people who are in charge of making decisions, you'd be surprised how much they don't see and how out of touch they really can be. I just hope that's not the case here again. But there you go. Bluepoint Games, their next title. Seemingly greenlit. Hopefully it's a new game. We'll find out. I will keep you guys know. I will obviously keep you guys updated with Bluepoint anytime we hear something new. And again, shout out to Zubitech for actually finding that, because I do want to say, as of right now, I've been checking. I haven't seen anybody else reporting on this. So I don't think Zubitech would make something like that up. Obviously, he's looking at these job postings. So we'll see if we get any more reporting on that. No, it's not an MBG exclusive. No, not an MBG exclusive. Don't get it confused. But I am just saying that, like, I'm not seeing, in terms of, like, maybe me being one of the first people to report it from Zubitech, he was the original source. But I'm just surprised nobody else has picked up on it, And so maybe we'll see that in the coming days. You watched the God of War anniversary video on the PlayStation channel and was instantly reminded of what the live service would not be. How do they think of this concept for a game like this? Well, keep in mind, when it comes to God of War and Santa Monica, reportedly, this is what the rumors claim, and this is why I'm still hopeful that there's going to be some kind of state of play relatively soon, in like the next month or so. Apparently, they do have some kind of God of War project, that, like, a side project, and it's something like smaller. And there was this one random leak, like it was just a person claiming to be part of the dev team or in the know, and they just dropped it on the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit, and they said it's going to be some kind of God of War side scroller. Now, there's no. I will say, by the way, somebody knows. So, Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols, I wonder if he'll end up revealing this or not. He claims that he was told what this game is. Like, he knows what it is, and the way he worded it, he made it sound like it was something. Like, he seemed like he wasn't fully on board, like, not sure if, like, is that really what it's going to be? Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me okay? Had to adjust the audio levels just a little bit here for a minute. Let me know if the audio is too low. If the audio is too low, I can fix it. So yeah, I was just pointing that out because I remember listening to an episode of Sacred Symbols, and Colin just kind of offhandedly mentioned that, saying that he was told what it was, and I just kind of caught, you know, he didn't say what it was, and for whatever reason he doesn't want to reveal. I get maybe he was asked not to, but he made it sound like it was something a little bit unexpected. Like that's what I picked up. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it did make me think, like, is it going to be like, is that rumor going to turn out to be true? It's actually going to be a side scroller? Because that would be surprising. Nick, I will say, I want to say this, and I'm not like trying to defend Colin Moriarty necessarily. It's just that I remember that, and I thought, like, man, yeah, it seems like Sony is doing something with Bloodborne. It was reported, and there have been so many Bloodborne rumors and so many supposed Bloodborne leaks. My understanding is that at some point, Sony was planning to do something with Bloodborne this generation, and they even had like a PC version like ready to go, but something happened. Something changed. We don't know what it is, but something happened where they decided never mind. And my theory is because I think Sony understood that what they have with Bloodborne is way bigger. You can't just crap out like a quick PC port. I think Sony realizes that there's a lot more to be done with this and a lot more money potentially be made, and they want to do something bigger and more robust with it. That's my assumption. But from what we understand, it seems like there was actually something that was put together, and for whatever reason, it was kind of, you know, it was scrapped. So we'll see if we end up hearing anything more, and I'm sure we will. I doubt we've heard the last of Bloodborne. Elden Ring happened, and From Software got busy. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Who knows? Who knows what happened? All right. Yeah, Duskbloods exists as well. Yo, what's up, Corey? 300 before the gates. Well, if we get a side-scrolling God of War, I will admit that that's not what I would have expected, but I'm open to it. Absolutely. Definitely interested. Like, it piques my interest. It is worth noting that another reason why there might be truth to this 2D side-scrolling God of War game is because in an interview leading up to the launch of God of War Ragnarok, the director of Ragnarok, Eric Williams, was asked if you could work on any other game series. Even he says he's completely happy working on God of War, and he'll work on God of War forever. He'd be totally happy with that. But he was asked if you could work on anything else, what would it be? He said it would be Castlevania. That's what he would like to work on. And so, what was he hinting at it? Was he teasing it? I think he may have been. So we'll see. We'll see if that turns out to happen. Am I open to a Greek Saga remaster? Absolutely. I'm still shocked that Sony hasn't done anything with that. I gotta say. I'm still shocked at the fact that there were so many rumors and so many hopes and dreams of just some kind of God of War remaster collection of some kind, or even just a proper God of War 1 remaster, and it just, as of right now, doesn't exist. Hopefully they'll do something with it, though. Hopefully we don't have to wait till the 30th anniversary of God of War, though. That would be unfortunate. Guys, we need to talk about something else that I think is pretty important. Another topic here regarding Helldivers and Arrowhead. But before we do, we have Corey the Legend Landiga coming in saying, boys, we're not done with the member train yet. We thought we were done, but he says, no, not yet. I'm bringing us up to 36 members.
I'll be back.
Corey, he's always coming back, bro. We do have another topic to discuss, yes. Let me add this to the counter. So 36, 4 away from hitting 40, which is a pretty huge number there for members. So thank you guys so much for the continued support. Digital Dude, you're saying, what happened to the element of surprise? Why do we got to know what every PlayStation studio is working on? I'm okay with not knowing, right? Like, it's a matter of just kind of following like what's being said. And if you, Digital Dude, I know you've been around for a while. You know just as well as I do that, bro, we've been misled so many times. And so I'm at a point where when I cover a lot of, specifically in the news videos, when I cover a lot of rumors or leaks or reports about this is what this studio is doing or this is what they're working on, and I just kind of, I try to keep it just like as low key as I can, unless it's something like particularly big, right? But yeah, we do kind of miss the element of surprise a little bit. It does kind of feel like nothing can be a surprise. Now let me ask you, would it have been a surprise if we did get Bluepoint's new game reveal and it was a God of War live service? I think everybody would have been surprised, right? Everybody would, maybe not in the best way, but the question, I think, at this point is, at least for me, it's not that I want to know what every studio is working on. I just want to have some kind of idea. Like, for example, Media Molecule. I'm ready for them to come out and surprise me. And the reason I say this is because all I know about Media Molecule is they ended support on Dreams and they're working on a new IP, and that's it. And it's like, okay, I don't really need to know anything more. Just work away, do the best job you can, obviously. And when you're ready to show it, I'll be here. Now, if we get like some kind of big leaked report where it's like, this is exactly what they're working on and a screenshot of their game, it's like, all right, yeah, you know, the element of surprise will be ruined somewhat. And maybe it does become ultimately less exciting. But it just seems like the nature of the industry these days is like, I mean, you can't even shadow drop a game, apparently, without it leaking out. So the element of surprise, I'm not against it, bro. I'm not against the idea of like nothing leaks, you know, nothing. We don't know anything. Like Bluepoint, right? Bluepoint, all we know right now is they got a new game greenlit. I'm cool if we don't hear anything. If we do, I'll report on it, but I'm cool with it. I would like to be surprised. I just hope that it's not a bad surprise. We can't even wait for a game to come out. People post spoilers everywhere. Yeah, it's pretty rough out here these days. Especially, yeah, spoilers, man. Ooh. Spoilers, I feel like this is why I've customized my Twitter and have everything locked down to a point where it's like I only see what I want to see, because anytime it's not that, I end up seeing like everything I don't want to see. It's kind of ridiculous. But I know what you're talking about, man. It can be it can be just kind of sad. I mean, honestly, it just can be kind of sad sometimes where it's like, can we just not? I think the saddest leak, one of the like more recent ones that was kind of sad, just because not that I feel like that bad for Rockstar because like they're Rockstar, but it's just like the way GTA 6 leaked, where it was a massive hack and everything was just out there, and it was just like, oh, you know what I mean? Because there was like so much mystique surrounding, if I'm using the right word, GTA 6 and what it could be, and it's just like all this early like alpha build stuff, just like it's like, and same thing with Wolverine, actually, even worse for Wolverine, I think, because Wolverine, people were literally downloading builds of the game to play, and it's just like stuff like that is like, it's so next level. That's like, okay, you just ruined it. Like, I mean, just like completely, you just completely ruined it. It's like shattered. We just have to wait for years to go by and try to forget this ever happened. That type of stuff is the worst, man. And yes, people, how would I feel if somebody spoiled Spider-Man 2 in a super chat? Oh, dude, you know what? I remember when The Last of Us Part 2 was rolling around. Some crazy people were actually trying to do stuff like that. And I'm like, listen, I know the leaks are out there, and I made videos talking about it with spoiler warnings. But geez, people are nuts. Were leaks back in 2015 and 16 as prominent as they are today? I was too young to be paying attention. 2015, 16 was just when I started really paying closer attention, and I honestly don't know. Masochist mode. I don't know that I feel like I'm in kind of the same boat as you, where I was definitely younger. I wasn't on Reddit though. I wasn't really even on Twitter, so they could have been. You would have to ask somebody who in like 2015, 16, 17, I was covering games at that time, but not in the same way that I am now. Sage Infinite says they weren't nearly as bad. Yeah, Corey. So apparently, I don't know if it's going to be a remaster, but there was a report. We covered this in the video today, but Game Reactor. Now, I don't know what their track record is, but they're claiming that Rockstar is going to have a PS5 version. Now, when they say version, I don't know what that means. They don't clarify. They don't say if it's a remaster. It could just be a patch, for all I know. I don't know if they're going to like resell it or whatever. I don't know how much treatment it's going to get, but apparently there will be a PS5 and Xbox Series and Switch 2 version of Red Dead 2 coming this year. So take it with a grain of salt. We've heard this before, but there are like multiple sources, I think, claiming this right now. Now, how would you feel? How you feel? Remember someone spoil it for you? Actually, no, I don't remember that. The Uncharted 4 ending got leaked. I actually don't remember that. Some years are worse than others. Back then, it was pretty bad. To be clear, what we heard about GTA 4, a port of GTA 4 coming to PS5, as well as maybe Max Payne 3, those were separate rumors. So, a separate source, Tez2, I think his name is. He's like a pretty well-known GTA forum leaker. He was the one who claimed a port of GTA 4 and Max Payne 3. And now we have Game Reactor, I believe, claiming Red Dead 2 is also coming. So that's a lot. I mean, I don't know if I believe all of it. We'll see. Oh, you're saying someone did spoil Spider-Man 2 for you in a super chat before it came out. Actually, yeah. Looking back on it, I remember, yeah, it's vague in my mind, but I think I remember like kind of getting really annoyed and pretty frustrated that somebody did that. And geez, man, I think I had to delete it from my mind. Some of the stuff that people do, like, come on, spoiling games in super chats. Well, hopefully we don't have to worry about that in the future. I say that, but gotta find out tomorrow Naughty Dog got completely hacked again or something. Don't spoil it. I still don't know how Spider-Man 2 ends. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm not gonna spoil anything. PC players have been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 at more than 60 FPS for years, even 8K 30. I know. And this is where sometimes being on console does have its downsides, right? Certainly. And I can admit that this is one of those downsides where it's like, it really does suck. Like, people talk about how GTA 6 isn't going to release on PC and it's going to come later, but it's like, well, we also have to sit here and kind of wait for like a 60 FPS patch, you know? Hopefully a resolution increase too for Red Dead 2. But, you know, it's a give and take type situation. But we did play Red Dead Redemption 2 before PC players. That's true. That's true. Like I said, it's a give and take, right? Listen, if I had to choose, I'd much rather get the game for, like, GTA 6. Yeah, if you wait to get it on PC, you could have the best version potentially, but I'd much rather have it day one on my PS5 Pro. Like, I'm not even gonna front. Like, if I wasn't on PlayStation, like if I was a PC gamer and I knew GTA 6 wasn't gonna launch day one on PC, I would buy a console to play it for sure. But, you know, everybody has their own way of going about things in gaming. Let's talk about this report, guys. Coming from Push Square, Helldivers 2 developer Arrowhead Studios has confirmed that it will not be partnering with PlayStation for its next game. According to CEO, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this individual's name. I recognize the name. I'm not going to destroy his name. So I'm just going to say, according to Arrowhead's CEO on Discord, the co-op shooter has been so successful that the company can now self-fund whatever's next. And whatever it is, it's probably going to be multi-platform. Game 6, our next project, will happen the way it will happen thanks to you, he wrote, as reported by Forbes. The next game is 100% funded by ourselves, so we will be able to call 100% of the shots. He then goes on to shoot down suggestions that there might have been some kind of bad blood between Arrowhead and PlayStation. No way. PlayStation are great. There would be no Helldivers if it wasn't for them. We're open to working with them again in the future. They are incredibly game/dev oriented, solid partners. And this is not me, or he says, and this is me just saying it like it is. Of course, from a Sony and PlayStation perspective, all of this is probably a bit of a kicker. Helldivers 2 has been Sony's biggest live service success by a ludicrous distance, to the point where rumors regarding a potential acquisition of Arrowhead were being thrown around last year. Those rumors were denied very quickly, and now it's looking like the developer has actually got the means to go off and do its own thing. So I thought this was worth covering because I've been seeing a lot of different takes on this, and there's a couple things I want to say. First and foremost, I think this is great news for Arrowhead. If you're a fan of their work, I think that this is the best possible outcome. It's not often you see an independent studio, find this level of success. It does happen on occasion. And I tell you what, Arrowhead, they probably weren't expecting this themselves. So to be able to put out a game, and this is what I respect about Arrowhead. Arrowhead is, I think, doing a good job making it clear. So that way there isn't some kind of, misconception or misunderstanding. They're going out of their way to give credit to Sony, the credit that is due, where they're like, no, there's no bad blood between them whatsoever. They have went as far on record to say that they would work with them again. They're very dev friendly and dev oriented. They've been solid partners, and without them, there would be no Helldivers 2. Without them, they wouldn't have found this type of success. And I think that's very respectable and commendable because, they didn't have to say those things. But I think it's good because I have been seeing some people being completely disingenuous. I know you're saying that's just standard PR, but not necessarily. Because he's just talking in a Discord. So what I'm trying to say is like, it may be true to an extent that they're not going to come out here and burn their partner. That is half part of the reason why they found the success they did. They're not going to do that, but they also don't have to go out of their way to say good things. The reason why I think it's important to highlight this, it's not because I'm trying to blow smoke in Sony's direction either, right? Like I'm not trying to do that. It's just that I have seen enough disingenuous takes where people are trying to make it seem like the reason why Arrowhead is going independent and fully self-funded with their next game is because they had a bad experience with Sony. And it's like, listen, there are about 3 different instances of Arrowhead's CEO acknowledging that they've had nothing but a great thing with Sony. And this is not them saying we don't want to work with Sony. It's just them doing what literally any studio would love to do and frankly should do if they're able to, which is if you are big enough to just operate on your own terms and call 100% of the shots on your own, and you don't need to rely on a publisher for any support with marketing, funding, any of that, absolutely you do that. You would be insane not to. It does come with its own set of risks, however, and I'm sure they understand that. We have Easy Tone with a $20 super chat, and he says, have missed your latest streams and takes, but does it feel like overreacting that Sony studio mismanagement lately is reminding me of Microsoft losing their way? Feels like studios are drowning in dead projects and delays. It's a good question. And first off, before I respond to that, Easy Tone, I want to thank you for dropping a super chat and supporting. I will say I think it's a little bit of an overreaction. Not fully, though. I think a reaction is warranted. And I think what is worth separating here is something very critical, that if you look back at Microsoft before they bought Bethesda and before they bought Activision Blizzard, and this isn't me trying to throw Microsoft under the bus, I'm just trying to be real about it and honest. If you look at what was going on during the Xbox One generation, prior to them announcing they bought 5 studios in 2018, they were floundering in a way that was really bad. And even when they did announce those 5 studio acquisitions, Playground, Undead Labs, Compulsion, etc., Ninja Theory, they announced it when, with no game projects. Like Fable still isn't out, State of Decay 3 still isn't out. It was one of these things where it was like a promise of we're going to try to do better here. And that was good, but truthfully, the reality at that time for Microsoft is they didn't really have anything other than Gears, Halo, and Forza. And even then, it seemed like Gears was slowly starting to wane. Forza was still doing better than ever, which was good, but Halo was struggling too. Halo 5 was not really, the Master Chief Collection was a disaster when it launched. Halo 5 did not live up to expectations, and we all saw what happened with Halo Infinite. Halo needed a complete reboot to the point where 343 Studios was completely rebooted. Outside of that, every project that they had seemed like, if not a failure, just truly on the lower end, veering towards mediocrity. State of Decay 2 didn't live up. Sea of Thieves launched with no content. Sea of Thieves did end up becoming a success over time, which is good, but I was there at the launch, and it was not good. Games like Recore, games like Quantum Break, they tried. I'm not going to sit here and say they didn't try or these studios didn't try, but they were not hitting any type of significant mark. And it got to a point where, and I was there, I was like right there watching. It got to a point in like 2018 and 2019 where there was nothing. It was truly like, I don't want to say hopeless, but like, man, I remember trying to have conversations of like, okay, so what does Microsoft have, even if it's like a couple years away? What do they have? And there was nothing. Like the only thing is maybe the next Halo, and look at what happened with Halo Infinite. And so it's like, well, they just bought studios, and it's like, that's great. When's Hellblade 2 coming out? Bro, they announced they acquired Ninja Theory in 2018. Hellblade didn't come out till 2024. They announced that they acquired Playground, and Fable was the big project that they were working on, and it's still not out. You know, Compulsion Games just released their next game, South of Midnight, this year. So it was real. Like, when I tell you it was bad, I mean, it was truly bad to where it's like, you should have no hope because there's nothing to cling on to. There's no light at the end of this tunnel. And the only way Microsoft was able to create any light was they had to pay for it, which we've talked about ad nauseum. This is why they bought Bethesda. This is why they pulled the trigger. They launched the Xbox Series with no lineup of games. And they were like, we got to do something drastic. They did. They bought Bethesda, then they bought ABK. And it just so happens that a couple years after buying them, we are now at a point where all these studios they purchased previously, they are now in a cycle where it's like, okay, our games are ready. So if you compare that to what we're looking at with PlayStation's not in that situation. They are, make no mistake, two different situations. It is true that Sony is floundering with some of their projects and some of their decision making with some of their studios. But it's very important to understand that the projects they're floundering with, and of course, there is a level of subjectivity when we talk about this, but generally speaking, I think most people can kind of understand where, you know, when we talk about something like Death Stranding 2 or Ghost of Yotei or Wolverine or Intergalactic, we're doing so basically making it known that like these are going to be higher quality games that even if you are not a fan of them, like you're not interested in playing them, on an objective level, they're gonna do well. They're objectively high quality. Right now, Sony is in a position where they do have a pretty decent and I would say relatively solid pipeline of games that I think PlayStation fans are going to thoroughly enjoy and feel satisfied with, not just for 2025, but 26 and 27, and probably leading into the PlayStation 6. However, on the flip side, there is also a pipeline of games that they might not enjoy, that might end up, frankly, being potential, if not train wrecks, and I know that's putting it harshly, just very underwhelming. And yes, we are thinking of games like maybe Marathon at this point, looking at what's happening. We are thinking about games like Fair Games. What is the online Horizon game going to look like? And the pipeline of games I'm talking about this year, I mean, we're looking at Death Stranding 2, we're looking at Ghost of Yotei. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's just 2 games. I'm not here to tell you that if you have a problem with 2 games, that, you know, you shouldn't have a problem. I'm just here to tell you that those are 2 games that by the end of this year, I'm probably going to look back on and be like, those were 2 of the best games I played, if not this year, probably this generation. So I'm totally okay with 2 games, right? As long as they're, again, hitting that high quality mark. I still prefer quality over quantity. I want both, but if I had to make a choice, I'm going to choose quality every time. After that, we're looking at games like Saros. We're looking at games like Intergalactic. We're looking at games like Wolverine. And the reality is there are, albeit not many, but a few other things that Sony does have in the works that they have spooled up that they haven't announced yet. You're saying this year's been insane for video games. Those 2 games will be a blip. I mean, you don't understand how what you're saying sounds kind of crazy in and of itself. Like you're saying that Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotei, two of the highest, if not high quality, because we haven't played it yet, but 2 of the highest produced games probably of the generation, or at the very least this year. I mean, they're just. I'm not saying that there aren't a ton of other amazing games. That's the beauty of it. Is like the beauty of it is even if you're not excited for Death Stranding or Ghost of Yotei, you have so many other options. I think it's kind of crazy to look at those two games from Sony and be like, yeah, no, those are just blips. I mean, look, man, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm just here to tell you that that's not how I see it. To me, those are two explosions. Like those are two massive drops that like are easily going to be some of the biggest highlights of the year for me, on top of many other games that I'm going to be enjoying. So when I talk about this pipeline of games, I'm not doing so in a defensive way to basically tell you like, well, no, Sony does have a ton of games coming. That's not what it is. I'm here to tell you that if you expect Sony to drop high quality single player games a couple times throughout the year, as of right now, that pipeline exists. And there likely are a few other things that have yet to be announced. I'm also going to tell you on top of that, there may be some games that come out that you want nothing to do with, like some of those live service games. So when you compare what I just described to where Microsoft found themselves back in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, they are two different things, in my opinion. Because the important thing that you said here, Easy Tone, is you said, reminding you of Microsoft losing their way feels like studios drowning in dead projects and delays. There is no denying that there was an immense amount of game cancellations. And that if those game cancellations didn't happen and we were instead got, single player games or successful live service, we would have double the amount of titles right now. There's no denying that. I will not deny that or defend that. But the credit needs to be at least if not given, it just needs to be established that Sony had a safety net. And that safety net is, okay, well, if these investments that we made into these new studios and these live service projects don't work out, are we still going to have games? The answer is yes. You're going to have not as many as you would have. Yeah, maybe people are going to feel a little shortchanged, and that's fair. That's a valid criticism. That's why I'm trying to say, like, if people are going to say, yo, Sony, this generation feels kind of weak because it feels like you should have had double the amount of games that you do. It feels like we got a little bit shortchanged on some of the single player titles that we could have gotten, or maybe we're supposed to get to a degree, right? That's fair because those things are real and they did happen. The live service cancellations, that is. But if we're comparing these two situations, these two scenarios, I do think there is a stark contrast between the two of them. And I feel confident in saying this because I've experienced both. I was there on the Xbox side of things when the dark days really took over, and it's like, bro, I hope you're ready to sit here for the next 4 or 5, 6 years with practically almost nothing. Because when I talk about games like Death Stranding, and when I talk about games like Ghost of Yotei, and when I talk about games like Saros and Intergalactic, and you try to compare them, well, it's not like Microsoft didn't have any games. What did they have? Are we really going to sit here and try to compare Sea of Thieves to Intergalactic? Are we going to try to compare State of Decay 2 to Saros or Ghost of Yotei? Are we going to try to even compare something like Quantum Break to Death Stranding? And that's no offense to Remedy. Remedy's actually a really talented studio. They just missed the mark with Quantum Break, unfortunately. Quantum Break wasn't even a bad game. It was just a kind of okay game that was trying to do something a little bit different with TV shows in between. This is why I'm saying, like, if the pipeline of games that Sony has, where it's not very many, like 2 games, right? If Death Stranding ended up being the quality level of Recore, if Ghost of Yotei ended up being the quality level of State of Decay 2, I would be losing it right now. Basically saying, like, this is completely unacceptable. And yes, at that point, I would tell you that we are looking at it the same situation. But we're not. It's not the same. And that's not me saying you shouldn't feel bad about the situation. That's just me saying if we're going to compare the two, they're not the same. But, you know, if somebody disagrees, I'm not here to argue. I'm just, you know, that's my opinion, of course. If, you know, I've come across many people who have flat out told me, like, the PS5 generation is the worst console generation they've ever experienced. I will always disagree with that. You know, I will always disagree with that, but I'm not here to tell them that they aren't allowed to feel that way. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But just don't tell me, you know, it's like the only thing I would say to them is don't tell me that I'm not allowed to feel good about this generation. That's all. That's all. You know, like, just, we're all allowed to have our opinions. Yeah, I mean, will Sony increase that output of 1 to 2 big single player games a year? Maybe. I don't know. Right now, it seems like they're going to have to reevaluate their current management style with their studios and their, like, the way or the type of, like, you know, the production value of their games. So we'll see. MBG, you're enjoying a AA video game, which is probably going to be Game of the Year, and Expedition 33. Yeah. No, that Dark Horse, that's what I'm saying. Like, that just makes it all the better. Like, the fact that I've played something like Expedition 33, which is a AA game, and it's like currently my Game of the Year, and there are 2 other potential Game of the Year candidates that I'm looking forward to playing as well, on top of, and that's not even talking about the other third-party titles. That's my point, is like, this isn't a bad thing. Like, I don't feel bad about this. The only thing I actually feel bad about, to be clear, is a big part of Sony's live service efforts. And the only thing that's going to make me not feel bad about that is if they shock me, these games come out and they're actually really good, or, you know, that's about it. To be honest, that's really all that could happen to make me not feel bad about it. But Easy Tone, very interesting question. That one clearly got me going there. So Doom Dark to Toki, okay. And we'll end it there. Michael Lynch with a super chat, $5 super chat, says, just started playing the first Berserker Kazan yesterday. It's pretty awesome. I highly recommend. I've heard good things about that. I did see a report that apparently it didn't reach sales expectations, but it is considered a success because the company views it as it introduced a lot of people to a franchise. Apparently this is like a franchise they want to, like, really turn into a massive thing. So they consider it a success on that level. I did play a little bit of the demo. I liked what I played. So one of those games where it's like, I would like to play it at some point. Not sure when or if I'm going to get around to doing it, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, Michael. We also have Figuratively Literal here saying Insomniac did this as well, a PlayStation partner for 20 years. So yeah, this isn't unusual. Eventually Insomniac came back and Arrowhead could too. Yeah, I didn't even think of that, Figuratively Literal. That's a great point. Insomniac is actually probably the best example of a studio that found incredible success working with PlayStation for many years. And then, you know, there was no ill will. They were just like, we want to go on our own and see how it is. And listen, the reality is, when you're out there on your own, the pressure is increased quite a bit. And Insomniac and any other independent studio will tell you that. But if you could make it work, you can't really put a price on that type of freedom. But sometimes it doesn't work. In the case of Arrowhead, I got to admit, dude, I'm really curious what their next game is going to be saying. You know, they're saying they're calling 100% of the shots, 0 outside influence, no publisher influence. Oh yeah, I'm very interested, because it's like, it has the potential to be something so vastly different, for better or for worse, than what Helldivers 2 is. Gator assassination games are still coming. Relax. And we have King Sam, a member for 24 months. King Sam, thank you so much for supporting the channel for that long, man. You're saying just finished Expedition 33, almost never played it, as not interested in turn-based games, but heard all the hype. Glad I played it, as it is a masterpiece. You love to hear it. Dude, it's so crazy. Like, the amount of people I've seen, and I'm one of them, like, saying this about Expedition 33. And I know that some people start to get tired of hearing it because they're like, oh my God, it's overhyped. But it's like, no, it's actually not. like, I'm not here to say Expedition 33 is a perfect game, but it is a masterpiece. Like, it's incredible what they pulled off, and that's great to hear, man. What they're gonna do next, right? You can't help but wonder. Are they gonna This to me is a lightning in a bottle moment. However, I feel like maybe I could turn out to be wrong about that, where it's like, is it lightning in a bottle, or is this a team that, like, this is just the beginning? To me, that's kind of the crazy part when looking at Expedition 33, where it's going to turn out to be one of two things. It's like they put out a masterpiece of a title, their first game, and like like they peaked already, or it's like, no, this is just the beginning of what they're going to be able to achieve, and that's awesome to think. Now, I actually, the more I think about it, considering they're making an more traditional turn-based RPG, it actually, let me take back what I said. Maybe it's actually less likely it's lightning in a bottle. It's more likely that this is just the beginning, because I mean, you have kind of like, you look at titles like Final Fantasy and how many games they put out. Now, granted, I think some people feel like in certain instances Final Fantasy lost its way, but I think it kind of serves as a potential roadmap of like, you can just build from this. Like, this is just the beginning. It's exciting. I'm really excited for that team, man. I've been following them on Twitter, and it's just been crazy. Like, to me, this game will always have a special place, just for the fact that, like, it was the first and one of the only games I was like, yeah, I'll try to review it. I'll take a code, and I just was like, well, I'm not even a reviewer, so this game is probably going to just come and go, and nobody's really even going to pay attention to it. And just to see like the trajectory of like, no, dude, like, wait until you see what they end up doing. It's been crazy. Can't even imagine how they're feeling, right? Imagine if Ubisoft let their devs create passion projects instead of infinite sequels, could get more games like Expedition 33. I feel like that could be said for, I mean, especially Ubisoft, but probably most publishers. Like, this is why I do hope that this game serves as like the tale of how this game came to be, serves as inspiration to some publishers, certainly not all, but some of them. It makes them realize, like, sometimes you got to just, yeah, man, you got to just loosen the restraints a little bit, and let these developers get more creative, and give them a bit more freedom. You can't, obviously, publishers have to be careful with how much they do, but it should serve as a bit of a little bit of an inspiration story, I would say. Games just take too long to make now. Gamers forget the entire Mass Effect trilogy came out during one generation. AI game dev tools will revolutionize dev times down to 1 year. Yeah, that'll be crazy, man. I mean, I'm not opposed to AI being leveraged in a practical way for development teams to be able to shrink down these bloated dev cycles. I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. Obviously, it's got to be done responsibly. We don't want to see people's jobs replaced by AI. I'm not necessarily an advocate for that. I know at the end of the day, most people probably won't end up caring. I'm not even going to sit here and pretend, and I'm not going to try to like virtue signal or whatever and be like, I'm going to be out here white knighting, these all these jobs. I would be lying to you, and I don't want to lie to people, but I feel like the best I can offer is like, I'm okay if a game takes a little bit longer, for the sake of letting people do their jobs, letting them do their jobs comfortably. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is like, I don't want to wait like 7 or 8 years either. There has to be a better middle ground, and maybe AI can be that thing that can facilitate achieving that better middle ground. Maybe that's just me being overly optimistic, especially when you consider the way these companies are run. They are corporations at the end of the day. If they can find an excuse to like cut half the workforce out, you don't have to pay AI. AI doesn't have to sleep. AI doesn't have to eat. So it's a little bit dystopian when you think of it that way. But I'm trying to be optimistic about it, as optimistic as I can, anyway. But continuing to talk about the situation with Helldivers before I move on from that, I have another post here. So I actually covered this out of order earlier in the stream. I talked about how it's seemingly leaked out that there's going to be another big update coming to Helldivers 2 on May 20th called Heart of Democracy. It's going to be a major battle that you fight like in Super Earth or at Super Earth. So I have one more report here regarding Helldivers 2. This is coming from VG247. It says there's plenty to keep us all engaged with Helldivers 2 in games with the in-game galactic war right now, while he's keen to emphasize that the game remains Arrowhead's main focus now, and going forwards, the studio CEO has chatted a bit about the studio's plans for its next game. And so this is once again referring to the Discord. I actually want to double check this and make sure I didn't. This isn't just a repeat. So somebody said on the Discord, this makes it sound like you're already abandoning a good chunk of dev time and money from Helldivers 2, LOL. And the CEO responds on the Discord saying, nah, it's all good. Helldivers 2 for now. A very, very small team will spin up something later this year and go at it slowly. Helldivers is our main focus and will be for a long time. And so it says, as for how long the content updates for Helldivers 2, a game Arrowhead CCO Johan Pilestead has previously suggested may end up growing into Helldivers 3 by may just keep going on and adding stuff to it. Will keep coming. Right now, the CEO was clear that there's currently no set endpoint. So they say, and this is what the CEO said, as long as you folks keep playing and buying super credits, we can keep it going. Last summer, we were kind of screwing the pooch, so it looked like we wouldn't be able to keep the train going for a long time, but we turned the ship around. You support us a lot, so it's looking bright. So, you got to appreciate the transparency. It's not often you see a company CEO just casually engaging with fans on Discord. Sony, take a note. Let's get that Sony Discord going and get Hiroki Totoki chatting with the fans a little bit. Sure, it could only go well. It's a bit risky. It's a little bit risky, but yeah, I just want to. But I have actually one more topic, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, I still have one more topic to discuss even after this one before we move on. But before I move on from the Arrowhead Helldivers topic, I want to say that I fully support Arrowhead with their next game being independent, because the way I see it is both parties ultimately win here. I don't think Helldivers is going anywhere anytime soon, man. Like, Sony is already they're making a Helldivers movie. Helldivers 2 with this latest update is seeing a major resurgence in players, and I think Arrowhead will absolutely continue to work very closely with Sony. Well, Sony owns the IP, but they'll work really close to continue growing Helldivers to be, as they said, maybe even evolve into Helldivers 3 eventually. Do I think it makes its way to Xbox? I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'll be totally honest, man. Like, I don't think it will. I'll be honest with that as well. I don't think it will. I think Sony's made it pretty clear they're not putting this game on Xbox. But if they were like tomorrow, like, we're just going to put it on Xbox because who cares? Like, put it on Switch too. I don't care, dude. Like, it's a live service game. Years ago, when Sony announced their live service initiative, I went on record saying Sony can put their live service games everywhere, and I am fine with that, because why wouldn't you? It is a live service game. It lives or dies based on player count. Like, I mean, people continually logging in and playing the game every day. I'm not opposed to that. And the truth is, if Helldivers down the line starts to wane and it really starts to lose players, you could see Sony do something like that. And they should, I think there is a place for exclusivity. I think Sony needs to continue to leverage exclusivity where it makes sense for their console, for their platform. But in terms of Helldivers 2, I mean, I could see why they're not rushing to put it on Xbox, because they probably still feel like, to a small extent, this could be a console seller, maybe. You know, getting friends to go out there and buy the console, pick up Helldivers, maybe. VAR with another $20 super chat. VAR, thank you so much for that, buddy. Again, shout out to the community today. You guys have been showing absolutely phenomenal support through super chats, memberships, gifting, and really appreciate it. You're saying here, MBG, is the PS5 Pro worth it? I have it in my cart, and I'm just unsure if I should just wait for the PS6. Are the graphics that much of a leap on the Pro than the base PS5? Well, here's what I'll say. Is there an improvement with the PS5 Pro? Yes. Is there a major improvement? I don't know if I would call it major. It really, I think, comes down to what you're planning on playing. And this is the type, like if I was having a conversation with a friend and they were talking about kind of like what you're saying here, Var, like it's in my cart, I'm thinking about it, but I'm still unsure. I would ask them what games they want to play, because I think it's become kind of clear that we're going to see some games do much more with the PS5 Pro compared to other games. There is also something I would add to that, and that is if you do decide to buy the PS5 Pro VAR, and I'm not saying this should be the only reason, but it is worth keeping in mind, it's pretty future-proof, where there's going to be a major update to PSSR next year that is going to be apparently huge, and it's going to be basically trying to match FSR4, which is a huge leap, all things considered. But again, it comes down to what games are going to really leverage PSSR. So that's basically what I would have to ask you, is what games you're thinking about playing. Like, if you're buying a PS5 Pro, are you buying it in the hopes that like every game you buy going forward is going to be looking way better than the base PS5 version? Or are you buying it because there's like a select few games that you're anticipating should have really solid PS5 Pro support and should look in some ways significantly better? I think there's a difference between those two things, because what I've noticed is that there are games, like for example, I'm not saying this is the game to buy a PS5 Pro for, I don't think it is, but like Days Gone Remastered. I saw that, you know, the base PS5 version only has a fidelity mode and a performance mode. Now, when I'm playing Days Gone Remastered on my PS5 Pro, I can switch between the performance mode, the fidelity mode, and the PS5 Pro exclusive enhanced mode. And I can tell you this, when I switch between the enhanced mode for something like Days Gone Remastered and the performance mode, there is a very significant, in my opinion, visual difference. When I switch to enhanced mode on PS5 Pro, it looks like practically native 4K at 60 FPS. When I play the performance mode, like if I switch to performance on the Pro version of Days Gone Remastered. I'm sorry, Red, you're saying you play everything, don't discriminate. When I switch to the regular performance mode, it still looks good. Don't get me wrong. Like if you're playing on a base PS5 and you're playing it in performance, it still looks good. But the visual clarity and crispness is not the same. Now, does this mean that every game you play is going to have that same, every game I play? No. I played Expedition 33 on the PS5 Pro. I don't know what that game looks like on the base PS5. I don't think, it says it was PS5 Pro enhanced. I didn't see anything crazy that made me go, whoa, like that's like one of the best looking games I've seen on the PS5 Pro, but it still looked pretty good. So what I'm trying to say is that game, I wouldn't be surprised if it has minimal Pro support. And it's like, it basically looks the same on the base PS5. But I also think about a game like Death Stranding 2. You know, like this is a game that, I won't lie to you, I know that if you buy that game on the base PS5, you're not going to get a bad looking game. You know, if you play that game, the performance mode at 60 FPS on the base PS5, game's going to look great. However, I am absolutely expecting that when I play I'm assuming it'll be PS5 Pro enhanced. How could it not be? then I'm going to notice a pretty good difference where it's like, okay, that game went from looking very good to looking extremely good. Like, I mean, just wow. And if not, then, you know, I'll be a little bit disappointed. But we do have titles like Assassin's Creed Shadows where, you know, I'm not trying to quote. I don't like quoting Digital Foundry, but it's just, they did say that for a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows, like, we are looking in terms of lighting at like a night and day difference. And I remember watching the comparisons in 4K and I'm like, wow, okay, I didn't play Assassin's Creed Shadows, but that's a game that a lot of people did play. And yeah, I mean, it's like, if we start to see more stuff like that going later into this year and into 2026 in the second half of the gen, I mean, if you're somebody who does care about having the better looking versions of games on console, I imagine that's something you're probably going to want to invest in. But again, you know, I don't want to make it sound like, yeah, man, go out there and buy the Pro. I think it's worth it. Personally, I think it's worth it. I really like knowing that when I buy games, doesn't matter whether they're, you know, Sony games, Microsoft games, Microsoft is third party, but, you know, Ubisoft games, EA games, whatever, Capcom, I really do like knowing that I'm likely going to be playing the best version on console. And, you know, if I want to take it another step further, I can really go out of my way to compare just how much different is it. And I am accepting that in some cases it's not going to be that big. Like, for, you know, a game I play quite often, and I talk about, I play it with Mrs. MBG. We play some Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies. And I can tell you right now, I have a base PS5 in the other room, and sometimes I play it out there. There's no difference that I can see. Like, a game like Call of Duty says it is PS5 Pro enhanced. I believe it. I'm sure there is some difference. Some. But in terms of, like, can I see a difference for this game? No. And I accept that there are going to be titles like that on occasion where I just not, it's going to say it's enhanced, but you really can't see much of a difference. But there will also be probably just as many titles where, oh, no, you can see the difference. So use your discretion, VAR. I mean, I would just, another thing I'll add to this, and this is where I'll wrap it up and we'll move on to the final topic of the stream. If you know you're going to be playing a lot of different games, like a lot from multiple publishers, I think a Pro would probably be a worthwhile investment. If you play a lot of games and you're planning on playing a lot of games for the remainder of the generation, the way I view it is like this. When I bought the base PS5, I remember that for the longest time, people were like, we don't need a Pro. If we get a Pro PS5, that's stupid. Games look fine. They look great. We don't need it. And I knew that going into a Pro announcement, I knew we were going to get a Pro. I'm like, I don't really need to be sold on this. I'm going to buy the Pro. And the reason for that, I knew that deep down. Like, eventually I'm going to get a Pro. I don't really need to be sold on it because I look at the first 4 years of the PS5 and I think, how much did I play on this console? Thousands of hours dumped into it. Did I enjoy it? Do I feel like I got my money's worth? I paid $500 for it. How many games did I play at 60 FPS? How many games did I play at 60 FPS with a higher resolution? How many games had ray tracing? When I think about all this, I think, do you feel like it was a worthwhile upgrade and you got your money's worth for the 4 years? You know, when you compare it to the amount of time you spent on it. And the answer to that is absolutely yes. Like, I'm not speaking for anybody other than myself. I can tell you 100% for sure I got my money's worth. And I had no problem looking at the PS5 Pro and saying, if I can get another 4 years, even if it's just 3 years, but hopefully 4, if I could get another 4 years, and by the end of that 4 years with the PS5 Pro, if I get even half of what I got out of the base PS5 for the first 4 years of its life cycle, if I can get that again with the Pro, then it's more than worth it. And I will have the same exact approach going into the PS6. I'm just not the type, I would be the type of person where it's like, I'm not going to upgrade if I really didn't play a lot of games, or if I didn't spend a lot of time playing games, right? If it was just something that I interacted with to a much lesser extent, where I'm not putting thousands of hours into it, I would maybe just think, you're fine, probably. Like most people are probably fine with the base PS5. But I'm assuming if you're here on the channel, listening in, talking about PlayStation, covering PlayStation deeply and intensely sometimes, my assumption is you're probably playing a lot of games. You're probably playing a lot of games and you're probably spending a lot of time on your console. So if you're that person, I absolutely feel confident saying I think you'll find the PS5 Pro's worth it. And yeah, man, there is that added benefit that the PS5 Pro is the first console, and I feel like not enough people are kind of acknowledging this. The PS5 Pro is the first console that's actually going to be getting like upgraded as the years go on. Now, it'll probably stop when the PS6 comes out, but what we're about to see with PSSR 2.0 coming next year, I think that's what they'll call it. Maybe it'll be PSSR 1.5 or something. That's not something we've seen before. Where, I don't, it's not that games didn't get better as the generation went on. They did, but it's just like, I watched the comparisons of here's FSR 3 compared to FSR 4. And here's FSR 4 compared to PSSR. And FSR 4 looks amazing. Like it's such a huge leap forward in some areas. And then Mark Cerny says, yeah, we're going to have an update next year for PSSR that's going to basically try to match that. I'm like, whoa, like that's okay. So you're telling me games are going to look even better. Like it's just going to get better. It's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I think that is pretty cool. Not saying that should be the selling point for everybody, but it's nice. It's a nice bonus, But also, I know I keep going on here. Sorry to be such a salesperson for the PS5 Pro, but this is important to mention. If you are you're saying it was like in your cart and you're thinking about it, I would go for it, if anything, just because the price of the PS5 Pro has a very high chance of going up. It's like Sony did reveal recently that they're unsure what they're going to do because they're waiting and seeing what's going to happen with the tariffs. But I'm going to tell you right now, man, at the rate things are going, it's very volatile. And if you want to just play it safe and you don't want to get burned and, maybe you hold off on it 6 months from now, Pro goes up to $800 or even more than that, you're going to really wish you just bought it when it was the cheaper $700. I know it sounds crazy, but keep in mind, dude, the Xbox Series X 2 terabyte Galaxy edition or whatever, the only upgrade is it has an extra terabyte of storage. That's $730, dude. So I would not safely assume the price is going to stay the same for the Pro. I would actually safely assume at some point it's going to go up. So now would probably be the time to pull the trigger if you are that person that feels like I'm going to end up wanting one eventually. But don't blame me if you regret it, VAR. Don't blame me, all right? I'm trying really hard not to oversell it. I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can. It has sparkles on it. That's true. Guys, we're going to move on to the final topic before we wrap up today's stream, and I do want to once again to ask you to please take a moment, if you haven't, and hit that like button. Hitting the like button lets me know you're enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the topics, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm, gets new people in. So hit that like button. And yeah, if you want to drop any more support, whether that be memberships, if you want to become a member, membership gifts, super chats, direct donations, now would be the time to do it, because once we wrap up this final topic, we're going to be heading out. And so, yeah, we're sitting at 36 members. We're 4 away from 40. Do we want to try to get to 40? We'll see if we can do that. It's okay if we can't. You guys have shown more than enough support today. But what sane person would buy an Xbox for $700? I mean, I'll tell you this. If you're somebody who's going to buy an Xbox console right now for $700, I would not try to dissuade that person. And you know why? Because that person, I know, you know what you want. There, you know what I mean? Like there's I'm not going to try to dissuade you. Like you unless it seemed like they honestly were like oblivious to the PS5 or something. It's like if you're buying a $700 Xbox in 2025, you know exactly what you want. It's like, all right, yeah, you do that, man. Like I'm not going to judge it. You do what you want to do. That person that person's mentally unstable. Stay away. I need to get the Bloodborne soundbite. Remind me. I'm going to try to keep it in my mind. I need to get the Bloodborne soundbite of the guy yelling away, away. I don't know how often I'll be able to use it, but right now it would be perfect. That's one dangerous individual, yeah. All right, guys, the final topic is one that it's not a major one. And I did get a little bit of feedback on my video today. Somebody left a comment saying, did we really need an insider to tell us this? But I'm mainly covering it because I know that a lot of you guys are patiently waiting for Resident Evil 9 to be revealed. And I did tell you guys I would keep you guys updated with anything I hear. So here we go. According to insider Dusk Golem, who is often well informed about Capcom's roadmap, Resident Evil 9 should still be planned for a 2025 reveal and subsequent 2026 launch. Here's what they had to say on X. It's almost 100% for sure being revealed this year and releasing next year. I doubt they will delay more. The question comes if it's being revealed this summer or at the Game Awards, for example, this year, and if it's releasing this fiscal year, which ends March 31st, 2026, or the next fiscal year, which would be late 2026. Dusk Golem previously said that Resident Evil 9 would be set in a Singapore-inspired island, more specifically, a rural town. This town setting was already explored in Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil Village, although, of course, those took place in Spain and Romania, respectively. The Southeast Asian setting alone would provide some freshness. Last year, Dusk Golem also claimed that both Resident Evil 9 and Monster Hunter Wilds would be open-world games. The latter was released in late February and was indeed open-world. So the insider was probably, or will probably, right about the next Resident Evil as well. More recently, Dusk Golem clarified why the new game is taking a long time. Capcom is reportedly reinventing the series and trying new things, much like it did with Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 7. Fans shouldn't expect it to play like Resident Evil Village. Whether that means a return to third person remains to be seen. So, yes, a little bit of an update on Resident Evil 9, and I got to tell you, this is a game I've been also patiently waiting to be revealed. One thing that's clear is that Resident Evil 9 is going to be revealed this year. A second thing that's clear is it is taking so long because they're planning on reinventing it once again. And I have this kind of vision in my mind of what this game is going to look like, and it looks a lot like Resident Evil 4. Not exactly like it. It will have its own identity, but I'm imagining it's going to be a lot like Resident Evil 4. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Maybe I'll end up disappointed. But to me, you know, the one thing I hope we can get clarification from, or in regards to very soon from this insider, because he doesn't seem to know. He was saying, like, it's going to be revealed this year, 100%, but is it going to be this summer at an event, or is it going to be at the Game Awards? I mean, that's a huge difference. Right now, I feel like this Resident Evil 9 rumor kind of it highlights the big question mark, which is, where's the Sony? Like, is the Sony event coming? State of play, showcase, doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, but for the sake of this conversation, it doesn't. Is it coming? Is it coming this month? Is it coming next month? Is it not happening? To me, this is significant because every Resident Evil title that's been revealed, pretty much since like Resident Evil 1 remastered in 2015, was revealed at a Sony event. Okay, I know you're holding out for the Xbox Showcase reveal. I'm open to it. I'm not against it. If that's where it's going to show up, that's where it's going to show up. I'd be hyped for that, but I'm not convinced. That's another one of those things where I'll believe it when I see it. Or if this Dusk Golem person comes out and says, yeah, it's going to be at the Xbox event, then I'll believe it. But the thing is, every Resident Evil game, like, there's such a strong partnership between it. Like, here's another reason, okay, why I don't think it's happening at the Xbox event. Sony is actually, they've invested in a new Resident Evil movie, a reboot. PlayStation Productions is actually getting behind it. So it reveals that there is still a strong partnership between Capcom and Sony, and specifically with Resident Evil. And so, I do still think it's going to show up at a Sony event, but I don't know, man. I feel like the time is right. I don't imagine Resident Evil 9 being revealed all the way at the end of this year in December. It could happen. I'm open to anything, but I don't know. I'm looking for any excuse I can, honestly, to talk about Resident Evil 9, because this is one of those situations, guys, where I got to be honest. I'm either going to be elated when we see this game and be like, oh my God, this is going to be like, my hype levels are going to be through the roof when we see it. Or it's going to be like, I had a vision in my head of what this game was going to be, and it's looking very different from that. And I'm open to it, but not nearly as excited. I really hope it's not that. I don't mean to have such high expectations for Resident Evil 9, but this is a franchise I've been following for years. I mean, I've been playing Resident Evil since the PS1, dude. I was afraid to play it when I was younger. I had other people play it while I watched most of the time, but I always loved the Resident Evil games. I was always so enamored with them. And I can't deny that as much as I loved my first time experiencing Resident Evil 7 and how different and shocking and creepy it was, I enjoyed it a lot less so going into 8. I don't know why. Like 8, I was originally excited for, but then when I started playing it, I'm like, I kind of want to go back. Like I want to go either back to, this is why like Resident Evil 2 remake and 3 remake and 4 were just like, oh my God, incredible, dude. I want to go back to those maybe, and I'm kind of hoping that this reinvention of Resident Evil 9 isn't as much of a reinvention as much as it's like we're kind of going back to the basics a little bit, but hopefully finding. I still think Resident Evil 4 found that perfect blend. Still a little scary, a little bit horror, but action. I'll be honest, I would be okay if, I gotta stop saying I'll be honest. I'm saying it too much. It would be great if with this next one, they want to bring Leon back, more of an RE4 flavor to it, but even scarier, more horror. Slightly less action, more horror. Sounds good to me. Pushing Polygons, you're saying, MBG, did you ever play the remaster of the first game when they brought it to PS4? I actually didn't. Or actually, wait. I feel like I have a vague memory of me trying to play it, but then I was like, well, I've already played the first game before, so I'm good. I'm just gonna move on. Because it was just a remaster. Like it was the same game, prettier graphics. So I feel like I remember playing it a little bit, but I don't think I got very far in it. You think RE6 is slept on? 4 changed the franchise, some would say for the worst. It definitely did. But I love 4. Resident Evil 4 is one of my all-time favorites. To me, that's a GOAT right there. That's a GOAT game. I don't know, man. I like the idea of, Southeastern Asian setting, maybe more like Asian horror a little bit, get Leon back in there, middle-aged Leon, John Wick-esque Leon. I don't know. Oh, dude, Resident Evil Outbreak. Those games were underrated. Excuse me. Those games were way underrated. I had so much fun playing those games. Such great memories as well. And what I loved about the Outbreak games is it maintained the core survival horror essence in a multiplayer environment. And I remember they made it so you couldn't voice chat, which was so funny to me. You had to press square to and the characters would like say things in context. Such a unique, like, I miss that kind of stuff. Like, that stuff was truly experimental and different and in a way kind of innovative. And come on, Capcom. I feel like Capcom will remake and remaster everything and they'll just ignore Outbreak. Yeah, like Outbreak just gets neglected and I'm like, come on. The craziest thing about Resident Evil Outbreak that I remember is you had like an infection gauge at the bottom. It was like in the bottom left corner, I think. And it was a percentage, and it would slowly go up. And like the more you got bit and the more, you know, the more you interacted with like the infected or got hurt, it would spike it. And if you got to 100%, your character would just like die. But after a couple of moments, they would come back as a zombie, and you could actually play as a zombie and try to attack your former teammates. And they could kill you too, which was so funny. Stuff like that was so unique, man. And I really missed it. I do. But I'm eagerly anticipating Resident Evil 9, man. Here's a question I have. Oh, there's a couple questions people have with Resident Evil 9. Is it going to be announced for PSVR 2? I've seen multiple people in my video today ask that question, and I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not confident, which is a shame because Capcom has done such an incredible job. I say this as somebody who doesn't even really play PSVR 2 at all, but RE4 was easily the best thing I played on PSVR 2, and it's like incredible. Like I was like, it's just the full game configured for VR. So if they could pull that off for the next mainline game, I mean, that'd be amazing. But I'm not necessarily confident that they're going to. I wouldn't count on it. I would assume that all of their resources are being dumped into getting this game 100%, what it's got to be, where it's got to be. The second thing is multiplayer. I know that sounds a little strange, but if you think about it, speaking of Resident Evil Outbreak, Capcom has tried over and over and over and over again. Like you want to talk about a company that has just thrown everything at the wall, multiplayer wise. I mean, that's Capcom with Resident Evil. So I wonder if they're going to continue to try. It's a trend. That's a trend I assume Capcom will continue, where they want to try to have some type of multiplayer offering for Resident Evil. Will it take off? Let's find out. We'll see. But that's basically the final topic I had to talk to you guys about. Luke Stevens just made a video that a Naughty Dog single player game was reportedly canceled. I feel like that news is a little bit old. That was reported on, I think, like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. Unless there's something new that just came out. We did cover that. If it's the report that I'm thinking about, yeah. So according to Daniel I think it's Daniel RPK, he claimed that there were basically 3 titles. There were basically 3 titles in development at Naughty Dog, and one of them was an early in development single-player game. It was in development for about a year, and then ended up getting canceled. And the lead on that game ended up leaving. And VAR comes in with another $20 super chat. VAR, thank you so much, man. Some of you guys have been dropping so many super chats and so much support today. Really, really appreciate that, bro. You're saying here, MBG, I played the first Metal Gear in 98 when Pizza Hut gave you the demo when you ordered a large pizza. Oh, man. I didn't even know about that. Hold on. This is literally the first. This is the first I'm hearing about this. Pizza Hut in 1998 would give you a demo for Metal Gear Solid if you ordered a large pizza. That's actually kind of awesome. That's actually amazing. So do you think Snake Eater will win Game of the Year? It's going to be epic when it drops in August. Well, I will say this. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is a Game of the Year caliber game. 100%. Hands down. Do I think it could be nominated for Game of the Year? I'm not so sure. And there's a couple reasons for this. The first is Jeff Keighley runs the Game Awards. And if we're talking about like the end of the year Game of the Year, Jeff Keighley runs those awards. He still seemingly has an axe to grind with Konami. Now, it is worth noting that remasters and remakes are eligible for Game of the Year at the Game Awards. So, I'm not sure. I'm not confident. I mean, again, I'm confident in that Metal Gear Solid 3 is a Game of the Year caliber title. I just don't know. It is a game that was made in 2004, though. Like, what's interesting to me is Snake Eater or Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake, it's not changing like hardly anything about the actual game. It's making the necessary tweaks, in my opinion, to make it feel more contemporary, but through and through, it's the same game. So I'm curious to see how this translates. To me, this game will be a 10 out of 10. Hands down. Metal Gear Solid Delta, 10 out of 10. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater right now on PS2, 10 out of 10. Will always be. It's one of the greatest games of all time. So I think it should be in the running for Game of the Year. And it would probably get my vote. I don't know, though. I'd still want to probably get, honestly, I'd probably still want to give it to Expedition 33 since it's a new game from a smaller studio. But runner-up, easily Metal Gear Solid 3. One of the best games ever. That's so awesome, though, dude. Like, can we just do that now? Can we bring that back? Maybe instead of Pizza Hut, Papa John. I like Papa John's. There's like a lot of people who don't like Papa John's pizza. Like, they make it sound like Papa John's is like garbage. And I'm like, bro, what? I'm not saying it's the best, but it's like, in terms of like pizza places, like what would you consider like fast food pizza? Papa John's is pretty good. I don't know. Papa John's, like, they have the best crust, I think. Domino's, I feel like Domino's has went down in quality. Domino's has that like garlic crust. Domino's has that garlic crust, but yes. Well, actually, did you know in 1998, I just learned. Yeah. Did you know in 1998, apparently, if you ordered a large pizza from Pizza Hut, you would get the Metal Gear Solid demo? I know, right? Like, I never heard of that. Domino's had a thing going about 10 years ago. Now it's just garbage. I mean, I still like Domino's, everything except for their crust. Like, they flavor their crust really well, but the quality of their crust. And this is what I can't stand. Like, I had Little Caesars for the first time last year. No, this year. Earlier this year. I had it for the first time, and I'm like, oh my God. This is horrible. Like, this is like the worst. I was actually like upset because of how expensive it was. I'm like, or how much I paid for it because I got a lot. And I'm like, dude, this is the worst. I couldn't believe it. Some of these pizza places, man, it's just like, come on. And it's always the crust. That's the crust, dude. And I never really liked Pizza Hut. I like Pizza Hut a little bit, but I always felt like their crust is like, it's like sponge. I can't deal with that. MBG, have you seen that tweet complaining about GTA having details like the fizzy beer and reasons why gaming is on a downfall because of it? It got over 20,000 likes. People love being miserable, man. LOL. Yeah, I didn't see that tweet, but I'm not surprised. I think people just kind of have to redirect their energy because it's like, dude, you can't. People are making it seem like every studio is doing that. Like, every studio is putting the level of detail that you're about to see Rockstar put in GTA 6. It's like, no. Only Rockstar realistically is probably doing that. Why are we going to complain about like one of the only developers doing something that is not common? I think that's actually cool. Like, yeah, maybe like a studio like CD Projekt Red or Naughty Dog. These are studios that might, they're known for putting a level of detail that seems frankly a little bit absurd. Like, whoa, do we need that? And it's like, that's not the point. There's only a select few doing it. I think to imply that this is ruining the games industry because now that's what everybody's chasing. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be real with everybody. Like, those little details are not what make the game great, but they're something that you can have it can make you appreciate it more. And I think any developer probably has the baseline understanding that, if we put these insane details like the beer, having like carbonation bubbles and fizzing a little bit, if we put these insane details in, it's just going to make our game better than it already is. It's like, well, that depends. Is your game already good? Like, do you have a solid gameplay foundation? Do you have solid game design? You know, like, are the other more important areas, the pillars and the foundation of your game, is it good or not? Because no matter what type of detail, no matter how much level of detail you want to put in your game, if that's not on lock, it's not going to matter. So I think when we see a studio like Rockstar, they have that stuff on lock, and we're seeing them just go the extra mile to do things that arguably would ultimately seem unnecessary, but again, I think are appreciated and add a layer of realism that people frankly will be looking for in a game like GTA 6. I just, I think people see that and they assume that this is making every development team decide we got to do that exact thing. Like, no, dude. I think most developers realize you're not Rockstar. You're never going to be Rockstar. You shouldn't try to be. It's okay. You don't have to be. There's only one Rockstar. There doesn't need to be 6 copycat Rockstars. And I agree. I think people are just kind of trying to find any reason to be a little bit miserable. Now, should you be through the roof? Should the main bulk of your excitement for GTA 6 be driven by those micro details? No, I don't think so. Can you have excitement for those things? Yes. I think it's fine. You want some next-gen Rockstar table tennis? That's funny, man. Well, guys, I think this might be a good place to wrap up today's stream. Make sure you give me your feedback on how we ran things today. I tried to do something a little bit different, not crazy different, but a little bit different. I tried to be a little bit more organized, a little bit more structured. Now, granted, we did have an abundance of topics today, which was nice. But if you guys like the structure, I'll try my best to make it so that most streams have this type of structure. I enjoyed it. I think we had some good conversations. I think the pacing was good. The flow was good. Got a lot of support, which again, I'm very thankful for. So we'll, maybe I just got to have these like crazy unhinged rant streams every now and again to get it all out. Got to get it all out of my system at one time. And then we can have a bunch of normal streams. And then we got to have that rant stream again. We'll see. You're from Tallahassee, Florida, a small city. Well, you have to be excited for GTA 6 then, right? See, you have to let me know how accurate it is, VAR. Good stuff today. MBG, this was good today. Very on point. Didn't get off too ranty about life service. Thank you, Lady K. Rants are good. Don't worry. Well, there will always be a place for rants. But you rant too much, it can bring you down, It can bring you down a little bit. Did I say that wrong? Prince G? Don't make me pronounce stuff. Don't do it. All right, guys. Thank you again so much for tuning in today. Do me a favor before you head out and hit the like button. We're sitting at, let me see, 147 likes. So cinnamon. Say cinnamon. 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 Synonym. Some people get that, Well, say it again. Cinnamon. Why are you making me say cinnamon? Dark Horse, thank you for the $1 donation. You're saying, take my dollar. Well, thank you. Thank you, Dark Horse. I appreciate that. Dropping biggest donation of the day, Dark Horse, dropping a dollar on us, bro.
Holy shit.
No, I'm just messing with you. I do appreciate that. I mean, you definitely didn't have to do that. I appreciate any support you guys show at all. I want you guys to enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Want to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. So if you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. And we have Prince G with a $2. Oh, he's one-upping Dark Horse with a $2 super chat saying butterscotch t-shirt. I don't know, man. Rich Rod, he hasn't been here for a little while. He's too crazy, bro. Rich Rod's the kind of guy that's talking about He's leaving me donations talking about drop kicking Xbox fans' grandmothers down a flight of steps or something like that. You know, it's like it's hard to advocate for that guy. He does got the whole butterscotch thing down. But man, he's a wild one. Prince G, thank you for the $2 super chat, my friend. You think he turned a new leaf? We'll find out. We'll find out the next time. I'm sure he'll show up again. We'll find out. That dude, I mean, I appreciate the donations he's sent my way, but some of the things he expects me to say is like, I can't say that. Like, you would have to pay me a much larger sum of money, and even then, I still probably would have to think twice. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We hit 36 members today, which is great to see. We should have a members lounge coming in the next few days. We'll be doing one, hopefully, if everything goes smoothly. So please look forward to that. And thank you for showing that support. Thank you for everybody who dropped super chats. And yeah, that about wraps it up. So I did put out a news video earlier. If you stuck around for the entire stream, you probably don't need to check that video out because we pretty much covered all those topics. But if you want to just show extra support, go check out that video. We should be back tomorrow. So even though we did a surprise Saturday stream, we should be back tomorrow with regular content, another video, another stream. I actually have other topics that I held off on discussing today so we can discuss them tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. But can you explain what an MBG butterscotch shirt would look like? I can't. My brain is fried. I can't even think about that. Like, it would just be the butterscotch candy, just large on the shirt. Nobody knows what it means. You know, people have these ideas for merch. They think it's so good. You put it out there, nobody buys it. Nobody buys it. It's all good. All right, guys. That does it. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I will catch you tomorrow, hopefully, in the next one. So until then, wait. Whoa, hold on. See, that was a close one. Sometimes this is why I draw it out a little bit, because I always suspect, like, you know, sometimes people, they want to drop stuff at the very end of the stream, and I've had incidents in the past where I end the stream and then I get like a super chat or a member gift or something, and I'm just not there to acknowledge it, and I feel really bad. That was a close one. That was a real close one. VAR's dropping the super chats today, bro. Mega support from VAR with another $20 super chat. He says, do you like Raiden as a character in Metal Gear Solid 2? It took me damn near the whole game to like him. That's actually another really good question. I will say that I'm somewhat similar, where when I first I remember when I played MGS2 for the first time, and I really started with MGS2. I was familiar with MGS1. I never really played MGS1 because I was too young and not aware of it when I was on the PS1. But I did see my cousin play it a little bit, and I saw him playing MGS2. And the part that I saw him play of MGS2, this is a little funny story. I remember I went over his house, and he was playing Metal Gear Solid 2 on his PS2, and it was right at the very beginning when you are playing as Raiden. And I'm talking the part where he gets out of the water and he's wearing the mask and you can't see who it is. And so I was watching it thinking it was Snake. Now, I only watched him play it for like 5 or 10 minutes, and it wasn't long enough to see the cutscene where he takes off the mask and it's Raiden. So I had no idea when I was watching it. All I knew is I need to get this game. So then, you know, I don't remember exactly how long it was before I got it, but I eventually did end up getting MGS2 and playing it and playing the tanker. And then I was like very confused, because then I got to the part that I saw my cousin playing. I'm like, wait, so this isn't Snake. And then, yeah, the whole reveal came where he takes the mask off. You see Raiden. I remember even thinking to myself, is that a girl? Like, I was very confused. Kojima was confusing me very much. And I remember thinking to myself, like, man, this guy is kind of whiny compared to Snake. That, like, I remember having that thought as a kid, like playing, I'm like, man, there's no way Snake's really dead, right? Like, I remember thinking that to myself, like, this guy's kind of whiny. Surely Snake can't be dead. What's going on here? I had no idea what was in store. But I will never forget when I first saw that cutscene of Vamp going crazy, killing all the soldiers, and then Pliskin, shows up. And I'm like, there he is. I'm like, there he is. That Snake. He's alive. I knew it. And I was like, all right, so I'm going to play as Pliskin now. And then it never happened. And I'm like, oh. And yeah, I don't remember having a dislike of Raiden. I just remember feeling very confused. And all I remember thinking is I just like Snake a lot better. But by the time, I'm kind of with you on this one, Barber. By the time I got to the end of the game and I kind of understood the role that Snake was supposed to play in this game and how you're basically supposed to feel like Raiden, right? It all came together very nicely. I always remember, and this is the last thing I'll say before I really actually end it this time. I always remember the codec calls between Raiden and Rose and how I felt like, man, this is so, in the moment, as a kid, I'm like, what are you going on about? I always just found it, even as a kid, I was like, this is strange. This is strange behavior. Guys, this man just witnessed a whole platoon of soldiers get slaughtered by what seems to be a freaking vampire. And this woman's like, do you remember what today is? Do you remember what day it is, Jack? And I remember just thinking no, woman, I don't remember. Do you understand what I just witnessed? And she's like, it's our anniversary. Boss, are you okay? Can you guys hear this? Is this coming through the mic? Boss is going crazy over here. Sorry. But yeah, no, all in all, VAR, I loved MGS2. Raiden was not my favorite character, and it did take him a little while to grow on me, but I loved MGS2. MGS2 was truly mind-boggling and mind-blowing, and I will never forget how I felt when I wrapped up that game and the credits rolled. I was just, my mind was blown, dude. So, but guys, that's it. I think this is officially the end. If you have any more super chats, hold off, save them for tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow. All right, I don't want to miss it. And so, all right. Outro number 2. Thank you guys. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much for all the support. We will be back tomorrow. I will catch you then. All right. Just wait. Just giving us. Okay, we're good. All right. It's over. That's it. See, you know what, though? This was kind of like when you're playing MGS2 and you're fighting with Snake, and then suddenly the game over screen pops up, and you're like, wait, I didn't die. But you're still playing in the top right corner. And you're very confused. And you're like, wait, hold on. What's going on? It's like, just kidding, bro. You thought it was over? It's not over. And then it zooms back out. It's kind of like that. All right, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Till then, take care, everyone. It's just a simulation.